turn the web streaming on and start.
Sounds good.
We don't
Thank you.
quite have quorum yet.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Would like to call this meeting back to order. We have some intergovernmental affairs updates that I would like to give an update to council members on. So if we could go into private, would someone move that we go into private?
So moved.
Just subject to section 27, which I believe is solicitor-client privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. And who seconded it?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilor Wright. Please vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm a yes.
Affirmative from me.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you.
Affirmative from Counselor Stevenson.
Thank you.
We forgot to do the roll call.
We did.
We did? Okay, good. All right, and affirmative on my end as well. So where
So we
yeah,
have
vote-
12
vote in
votes, and
progress.
just to combine roll call with the first vote, we've got 12 members present, and Counselor Cartmell is absent.
Okay.
And
So
that
so
vote,
everybody has voted?
they have all voted.
Okay. Display the vote. That is carried. Thank you so much. We are going into private.
We just need a few minutes to
Yeah.
have the doors closed.
It's a very healthy conversation. Okay, we're back.
Good morning.
Good
It is
morning.
morning still, yes.
All right, everyone, let's pay attention now, please.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's really our pleasure to be here today as we present on the City Plan and Climate Resilience. We're going to cover these two major topics as quickly as we can, and then hope to leave you time for questions in the period of time that we've got here. Today, we're going to focus on planning for our future. We hope to inspire you with the diverse and comprehensive vision that Edmontonians who are engaged in help design. It's an invitation to join us in building a version of our city that represents and preserves the things that value today and create a city that is attractive and inclusive to all Edmontonians as we work to welcome our next million people here. I'd like to introduce Kent Schneider, who's our Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, and Chandra Tamaris, the Director of Environment and Climate Resilience. Both are going to help me today. We also have a number of staff here in the room and on the line to help with questions. And in particular, I'd like to point out Director Lindsay Butterfield and Director Rhonda Toohey, who are going to help address some of the questions that I'm sure you will have. First, to start, I want to start, next slide please, with a message that we've heard you throughout the week. We've heard a lot about the work that we do in the department. And like my colleagues, I want to reaffirm that we appreciate the opportunity to listen to your feedback and your questions on behalf of Edmontonians. I want to affirm that we're hearing from you, we're taking your feedback to heart, and we're really looking forward to working with you on the many complex and exciting projects that are going to come out of this department. Today, as we share our city plan story, we want to show you the critical role you will have as the new council in stewarding the implementation of this plan. Change can be exciting, but it's also hard, we know this. And we're collectively going to be on a journey of recreating our toolbox, figuring out which tools have to retire, what to fix, and quite frankly, what to completely rebuild in service to Edmontonians today and tomorrow. And we look forward to your feedback and insight as a council as we're on this journey together. There's 4 main levers of change that you have as we implement the city plan, and they're going to be applied throughout the implementation. It's going to be your role to determine how they're applied, the strength to which they're applied, and determine how far and what pace at which we implement the climate plan as well as the city plan. These levers are policy, as we've talked about, partnership and advocacy, incentives, pricing and subsidies, and last but certainly not least, infrastructure investment. To address Councillor Knack's question from earlier this week, the team is working on a list of all policies which will impact the city plan. This will be coming to you in the coming weeks. To give you an idea, there's 205 policies currently in the inventory, 125 are council policies, 80 of them are administrative policies. And from the team's first cut, 49 of them will be impacted by the city plan. Now, this is my first cut, and the team will do a much better job of this, but some of the policies that I know for sure are going to need to be looked at are active transportation, park and ride, tree policies, designing new neighborhoods, and really stay tuned for much further information on this. Next slide, please. Our city plan story at the core is a story for people, and fundamentally about building a thriving, inclusive community for all Edmontonians. It was developed for Edmontonians for both today and tomorrow's Edmontonians. And we seeked out and invited diverse backgrounds and experiences of people to help share their perspectives, to help create the plan that's before you today. And we really look forward to actively searching out those diverse perspectives and having these important conversations as we work on the implementation. So the decisions made by council have the opportunity to impact all 73 lines of business as we implement the city plan. And some specific examples will be what land use we regulate, prioritization of new mass transit routes, evaluation of the types of infrastructure investments that you'd like to make, level of activity and development in the city plan, investment in and how we pay for affordable housing and recreation facilities, tactics to support economic development, and even the type of talent that we attract and retain, to our city as our staff are inspired to help build the vision of the city plan as well. So taking our direction from Connect Edmonton, implementation of the city plan will be operationalized through the corporate business plan, strategically aligned through the city budget process, and measured through enterprise performance management. And just a quick reflection on that might seem like a boring slide, but it's really exciting actually that we are working on tying our strategy to our budget-making decisions, as well as to our policy, that all of this is going to be tied together. And as we go on this journey together, Council, when you're making decisions, if there's decisions that are being made that would be contrary to city plan direction, I will suggest that we would go back and revise and or look at the policy direction that's been given if we don't have that direction right. So I look forward to having those courageous conversations with you. Next, the city plan implementation, although it's UPE, Urban Planning and Economy, here before you today, is really the responsibility of the entire corporation. And we've heard from you already that implementing it and communicating it will be critical. It is a change management initiative in itself and will require thoughtful transformation efforts throughout the city to identify the priorities that'll have the most impact. And I think that's going to be a really critically important conversation about what is the focus of the city plan. What is the first focus? Because if everything is important, nothing is important. I'm now going to pass it to Kent Schneider, who's going to give an overview of the city plan in finer detail. Over to you, Kent.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good morning. So I'll spend a few minutes orientating council this morning to a couple of the implementation milestones we have on the immediate horizon, and then give some highlights of the major components of the city plan, and then look to give council a quick tour of some of the major initiatives that are ongoing right now that are going to activate and implement the city plan. So over the next 30 days, administration will continue to work on preparing for the preparation of the next budget, the 2023 to 26 budget cycle. The Urban Planning and Economy Department will work closely with our finance colleagues to ensure that the strategic direction that's contained in the city plan is nested in the decision-making around budget. And you've heard about the priority-based budgeting process already this week. Over the next 90 days, council will have some department reports come through via the Urban Planning Committee, and they will be on topics like the zoning bylaw renewal updates, district planning, and mobility system reports coming up in the next 90 days for council. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the city plan communicates our direction through the language or terminology of big city moves. These are high-level themes that guide and rally us all in implementing the plan. The city's plan's 5 big city moves are the bold transformational priorities our city needs to both sustain and transform our community over the coming decades. They're also an invitation for us all to work together as a whole community and build a future that is for all of us and future generations. Each of the big city moves is supported by targets within the city plan. They're ambitious, absolutely. Are they achievable? Yes, they are. Progress is designed to be tracked so we can understand what we've accomplished, what we still need, and also what we still need to work on. How the city plan is implemented, how far and how fast we achieve the targets will be directed by you, council. You have the critical role of establishing the implementation pace of the city plan. And your direction on the pace, which is established through many of your upcoming big and small decisions, will be actioned throughout the organization. All departments are charged with advancing this plan through business planning and budgeting exercises. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates some of our collective targets that arise from those big city moves. The targets provide clarity on what success looks like and serve as inspiration for our community to take bold action. Transforming how we grow from mainly a low-intensity outward growth model to a more balanced urban approach will help us achieve many of these targets. Specifically, we will reduce the amount of land required for urban uses, as 50% of new population growth will occur in established areas. And this compact form will, along with a diversified mobility network, will help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 6% per person from 2020 levels. As we aim to welcome an additional 1 million people and also have a diversified economy with an additional over 500,000 additional jobs. We will have more choice and convenience as a community for how we move around our city, with a robust and diversified mobility network, which will see 50% of all trips accomplished through walking, cycling, and transit. Lastly, we will have a city that is financially sustainable. So that growth pattern of more urban and compact has financial benefits over the long term as well. These exciting targets, as they are, will take a disciplined approach by decision making and can be achieved in the following decades. It's important to note that these are long-term targets. Interim targets will be established through council, but these are the long-term targets that aren't achievable in one budget cycle, but how we start the journey to hit those targets is really important. Next slide, please. So with the end targets in our focus and known and established, we can shift the question of how do we get there from where we are today? In the next set of slides, we're going to introduce you to some of the major initiatives and projects that are underway and try to demonstrate how and where council and committees will continue to be involved through project updates, proposed bylaws, and budget requests. As a point of clarity, you've heard many reports and presentations this week around initiatives that are ongoing and emerging across the organization. They are implementing the city plan as well. Initiatives discussed today in this presentation are the ones primarily being led by urban planning and economy. But we absolutely are supporting and cheering on others in the organization as well. Administration will be connecting frequently with council at key milestones and decision-making points, providing you with progress reports and recommendations and seeking your direction to ensure the pace of implementation is resonating within the community. Administration is committed to working with Edmontonians, communities, and industry and presenting what we heard to council so that you have accurate and diverse perspectives to inform your decision-making. Next slide, please. So starting our tour, the first major initiative is our climate change plan. Cities are major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're also on the front lines of experiencing the impacts of climate change. As you are well aware, decisions regarding land use, how we move around our city, our infrastructure, and energy we use all have impacts on greenhouse gas emissions. Following this presentation shortly, you'll hear more in depth around Edmonton's plans for transitioning to a low-carbon city. Next slide, please. The city plan is comprised of 15 districts citywide. This is a purposeful new approach to considering neighborhood planning in the city. A bold vision like the city plan that departs from our historical, conventional growth model requires a new approach to how we translate the citywide policy from the city plan to neighborhoods. This new tool will make it easier to integrate our planning for land use, mobility, infrastructure, and climate goals, while also considering how we become a 15-minute city. In order to establish the foundation of district plans, this work will draw from existing information and policies that align with the city plan, with the intent of providing clear and consistent policy direction across the city to support this growth. This work is also about rebuilding our toolbox, creating a consistent and clear policy landscape for citizens, developers, administration, is necessary to support future growth and achieve our carbon neutral districts by 2050. Draft district plans will continue to be developed into 2022, and this will include broad public engagement that will be ongoing through the life of the plan. The 15 district plans are anticipated to be brought forward for council's consideration and public hearing in 2023. Once the foundations of district plans are established, administration will propose a work plan to council to support the ongoing evolution of districts as we grow to 2 million. This work plan will determine the critical next steps in deciding how we support nodes and corridors and reflect on Council's priorities into land use, mobility, and growth management. Edmontonians of your ward and residents in your ward will experience these initiatives in different ways over the next 10 years. Being engaged about how growth will occur in districts, Edmontonians will gain an understanding of how the systems and networks will look in the coming years and the amenities they may value or desire in a 15-minute district. Additionally, there will be some in your wards that are understandably cautious about how neighborhoods, their neighborhoods, where they live, may evolve in the future. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, the city plan provides us with a new vision for growth. Thus, to achieve this new vision, as we stated, we need to ensure that our policies, regulations, and approaches to infrastructure investment are in alignment with the city plan. This initiative of Growth Management Framework looks to ensure our growth policies and infrastructure decisions open opportunities for private development that is in alignment with the city plan. Specifically, the Growth Management Framework considers where infrastructure, growth, and financing should be allocated based on population increments of 250,000 up to our 2 million milestone mark. The project will identify infrastructure investments in strategic areas that have the greatest impact for activating the desired growth pattern. Current work includes establishing a capital program to address infrastructure gaps and support redevelopment in priority growth areas, designing financial and non-financial incentives and tools to incentivize desirable growth, refining the policy on substantial completion of developing area to provide direction on planning for future growth, and applying a growth management lens to the priority-based budget process for the next budget cycle and the 10-year capital investment outlook. Council will have the opportunity to direct each of these pieces of work through the budget deliberation process and reports that will be advanced to Council and committees. As a result of this initiative, Edmontonians can expect growth infrastructure investments and policy decisions that are more closely aligned with the city plan. This will translate to new and more housing opportunities in more vibrant neighborhoods. As well, for our city builders, it will provide for a smoother, more efficient development process. An update on the growth management framework will be advanced to the Urban Planning Committee in early 2022, and associated capital operating program profiles will be available for Council's next budget cycle deliberations. The city plan over the coming decades envisions a much more dynamic and diversified system for how future Edmontonians will move through our city. The term mobility system includes active transportation, which we all know is a fancy word for walking and biking, mass transit, roadway, and goods movement networks. Combined, these networks provide Edmontonians with an equitable, accessible, efficient, and resilient transportation system. Administration has done a mobility network assessment to establish a framework to prioritize investments that best support this evolving mobility system. These mobility initiatives will be evaluated through the Growth Management Framework, which we just spoke of, and the Carbon Accounting Framework as part of the priority-based budgeting process. High priority locations will be the focus of improved multimodal access, safety, and development of the mass transit network, which will in turn support the energy transition strategy goals of 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation by 2040. Our roadway and goods movement network will facilitate ongoing economic activity and development while providing access to business and employment. This network is critical to supporting regional connection and prosperity. An update to the aspects of our mobility system will be provided to the Urban Planning Committee in early 2022, and the findings will once again inform your budget deliberations for the next budget cycle. At the heart of Edmonton is our absolutely spectacular river valley. The importance of the river valley and the ravine system to current and future Edmontonians cannot be understated. It forms a very significant part of our identity as a community. As we continue to grow over the coming decades, we must make thoughtful decisions to ensure this important space is both available for all and protected. The North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System is the backbone of the City Plan's Green and Blue Network. Administration is currently conducting a review and update of the planning guidance and regulations for the River Valley, with the end goal of this work to ensure that the River Valley remains a high-functioning, vibrant, and ecologically resilient part of the open space network as we continue to grow. Specific outcomes Edmontonians can expect to see as a result of this important project are a renewed vision and planning priorities for the open spaces within the River Valley, including ecological protection, restoration, and improvements to the trail network and amenities in the River Valley, and a clear, transparent decision-making process for future proposals within the River Valley. This work is anticipated to be presented to Council in Q2 2022 after the next round of stakeholder consultation, with a final product completed for Council's consideration in early 2023. As we finish the tour of the urban planning and economy initiatives, pause to acknowledge the zoning bylaw renewal and the economic action plan, which are part of department's work. Yesterday, you were briefed on the economic action plan and had a robust discussion. Additionally, later today, you'll have a comprehensive presentation on the zoning bylaw renewal with the opportunity to deeply explore this transformational project. As the city gains traction and makes progress on moves implementing the city plan through the initiatives we highlighted and other work occurring across the organization, we understand that it is important that you, Council, have an accurate data set to assist in your decision making. To ensure we are tracking towards our goals and to be transparent and accountable to the community, progress on our transformative big city moves and their associated targets, a rigorous measuring and reporting regime will be instituted through developing interim targets and monitoring them over time. While the measurement and reporting processes are managed by administration, it is Council's authority to tell us how far, how fast to pursue these targets according to your priorities. Administration will be seeking direction on these interim targets in 2022 to help prioritize efforts and align resources within the organization. Administration will be connecting frequently at key milestones and decision-making points, providing progress reports and recommendations, and seeking Council direction to calibrate the pace of the implementation. As we are now approximately 3/4 of the way through our presentation, I'll now invite DCM McCabe to transition us to our next topic in this morning's presentation.
Thank you. Climate resilience is really going to be an unlimited issue in our world. It is a big challenge for today's generation and generations to come. It's not limited to environmental impacts, as many of you are aware, but there are significant economic and social costs to climate change. However, we do believe that these costs provide an opportunity for Edmonton to position ourselves for our future economic growth and to continue to be an inclusive and thriving city. There's going to be a number of key council decisions that'll lead us up to the 2023 to 2026 budget. In order to make progress in this fight, a climate lens must be applied to all budget decisions. While our implementation of carbon accounting is leading in Canada and will support your decision-making, we understand that there is still work to do. The climate strategies are going to be operationalized through the corporate business plan as well and strategically aligned through the city plan, our city budget processes, and all of our policies, as well as our performance management system, enterprise performance management. And as I just said, these climate strategies are going to be the responsibility of the entire corporation, and that climate lens needs to be put on all of the work that we do. I'm going to pass it over to Chandra to walk you through some of the challenges ahead of us and the opportunities.
Thank you. I would like to begin by really outlining the challenge or a bit of the problem that we have before us. We are already seeing the consequences of climate change. Canada and Alberta are experiencing increases in the frequency and intensity of extreme climate events. The chart on the screen shows the trending insured costs of climate hazards over the last over the last 40 years, pardon me. And you can see over the last 2 decades, there's an increase in the number and amount of insured losses. Alberta alone has had 6 out of the 10 biggest climate hazard insured losses in Canada. The impacts are going to continue to grow. Edmonton is one of the fastest warming regions in the world, and the science shows that our climate is expected to change even more significantly into the future. Scientists have stated that our risk of urban flooding may double, we'll experience more frequent and intense extreme weather events, and our ecosystem will change.
If you don't mind, can you speak up a bit or move?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Is this better? Okay, sorry. For every degree of warming, there are significant economic and social costs for Edmonton. Growing climate risks have clear implications for city resources, local economies, and the residents who live in our city or rely on access to city services. In the next few decades, Edmonton's GDP could be reduced by $3.2 billion annually due to increasing costs associated with the impacts of climate change. To avoid the most severe impacts of climate change, significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions are needed. From a greenhouse gas emissions perspective, Edmonton is in a challenging starting point. Edmonton has one of the highest per capita greenhouse gas emission levels in the world. Edmonton's energy transition targets require a rapid reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon neutrality by 2050. The 4 major sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Edmonton are buildings, transportation, manufacturing, industry and construction, and a small fraction from waste. Alberta municipalities have higher greenhouse gas emissions when compared to other municipalities across the country. This is in part due to the high amount of greenhouse gas emissions produced by the provincial electricity grid. However, this is changing. Coal-powered electricity was mandated to be phased out by 2030, and electricity generators within our province have projected this transition to be completed by 2023. This transition, as well as the addition of renewable sources to the electrical grid in the future, will support greenhouse gas reductions in the community. Now, to transition to the opportunities. This work is complementary and critical to the Edmonton Economic Action Plan that was presented yesterday afternoon. Climate resilience is a key part of Edmonton and Alberta's future. This work will position us to respond to changing global markets while creating prosperity, economic diversity, and supporting Edmontonians in a just and equitable way. The Paris Agreement was adopted by nearly every nation, and these commitments and targets have sent a clear signal to the market on the inevitability and the pace needed for the global energy transition. This will define the global economy of the 21st century. Over the coming decades, the national plans under the Paris Agreement represent tens of trillions of dollars of investment. The businesses who can deliver the innovation and solutions will seize the international markets who are looking for these solutions. The demand exists and will only grow. With Council's support and direction, Edmonton can become a highly desirable place to locate and grow businesses who are looking to seize the international and national investment dollars. Canada's clean technology developers and adopters are well positioned to compete and win this global market. There are opportunities for expanding the low-carbon energy sector, and one example of that is low-carbon hydrogen. A report from Alberta's Industrial Heartland Hydrogen Task Force outlined that Canadian hydrogen has a wholesale market potential of up to $100 billion a year, and they identified the Edmonton region as the best launch point for a pan-Canadian hydrogen economy. The region has one of the lowest hydrogen production costs in the world. We have expertise, the infrastructure, and suitable and existing sites for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which are necessary to upgrade natural gas into hydrogen for use as a low-carbon fuel. I'd like to now turn the presentation over to Kent.
Thank you. Over the next few slides, we'll highlight some of the key stakeholders related to this work, starting with Edmontonians. We've been discussing with and listening to the community for many years related to climate change. Conversations with the community aren't about whether climate change exists. The science has proven that climate change is real, and Edmontonians have said they want the city to take bold action. Our conversation is about what specific actions we need to take, how far we need to reach, and how fast we need to go. Administration conducts an annual Change for Climate online survey of randomized Edmontonians, which checks on local perceptions related to climate change. These results, shown on the slide, are a snippet. The results show that even as we focus on recovering from the pandemic and relaunch our programs and services in a reimagined way, 75% of Edmontonians still agree on the need to take climate action now. The City of Edmonton cannot do this work alone. Transitioning to a low carbon and climate resilient city is a collective effort. The city is just one among an array of key stakeholders. We'll connect and collaborate with other governments, regional partners, institutions, communities, businesses, academia, and global partners for accelerated action. Partnership and a willingness to work together will be required to achieve climate resilience outcomes. Much of our work locally requires the involvement of other levels of government. This is especially true for climate resilience goals. The federal and provincial governments are partners in this work. The federal government has committed Canada to achieving net zero emissions by 2050 and to setting targets for each 5-year milestone from 2030 to 2050. The federal government is also advancing this work in different ways, including regulation, infrastructure funding, and incentives. The provincial government's focus is primarily on large emitters, which includes a previous cap on oil sands emissions as well as regulations. The provincial government also established the enabling legislation that has allowed for the exciting Clean Energy Improvement Program, and they are currently offering a grant that helps Alberta businesses reduce emissions. The city can continue advocating to and collaborating with all orders of government for bold climate action, standards, funding, and additional powers. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Chandra, who will highlight our climate change actions.
Thank you. Cities around the world are addressing climate change in 2 ways. First, cities are taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. This is the focus of the Energy Transition Strategy. The Energy Transition Strategy presents a 30-year vision with a strategy and action plan for the next 10 years. It's about accelerated and transformational change. This change will reimagine our energy systems and will transform our community and economy. The second response is adaptation. Adaptation refers to actions taken to prepare for and respond to the risks, as well as any opportunities of a changing climate. This is the focus of Climate Resilient Edmonton, Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan. The Adaptation Strategy is Edmonton's first ever strategy to prepare for a changing climate. It's cutting-edge work and will require transforming how we design, build, and operate the city. The strategy will increase our community's climate resilience, minimize the exposure of people and assets to the impacts of climate change, and take advantage of new opportunities as they arise. It should be noted that establishing the adaptation and the energy transition plans are statutory requirements under the City of Edmonton Charter Regulation. These plans need to be adopted by a resolution of council and updated every 5 years. Edmonton's efforts towards becoming a climate resilient and energy sustainable city took a significant step forward in 2015. And over the last 6 years, serious efforts have begun and are underway. As part of implementing the energy transition strategy, there have been actions to support homeowners and businesses reduce emissions through energy retrofit rebates, home solar rebates, and providing information that helps homeowners and businesses take climate action. There's been significant investment in new infrastructure such as Blatchford, the design and funding of the downtown district energy system, the extension of the LRT network, and deploying 40 electric buses into service, as well as installing protected bike lanes. The city is also working to launch a 2-year pilot clean energy improvement program that provides homeowners and organizations access to low-cost financing to make energy efficiency upgrades or add renewable energy installations to their property. The program has been designed so that financing is repaid through owners' property taxes. As part of the adaptation strategy implementation, EPCOR has led work to analyze flooding risks for the community and to develop a flood mitigation program. The city is taking action to share information on how communities and homeowners can prepare for a changing climate, and the city is also undertaking work to better understand the risks the community and our own corporation will be exposed to due to a changing climate. In the coming years, you will see different initiatives that impact the climate resilience pillar. As for an overall update, administration will bring forward a report in Q2 of 2022 with a progress update as well as a corrective action plan if progress is not keeping pace with targets. Edmonton's climate resilience vision is achievable, but requires significant levels of public and private investment. Administration will be bringing forward a series of climate resilience initiatives that will require ongoing prioritization and trade-off discussion, as well as innovative funding approaches. Administration has estimated that the implementation of the energy transition strategy will potentially need up to $100 million annually, and we are currently working to understand the adaptation costs. Administration has staged the majority of new funding requirements for the climate strategies to be included in the next 2 4-year budget cycles. It's also important to note that administration will be presenting council with new information in the 2023-2026 budget. Integration work is currently underway to move towards full implementation of integrated financial and carbon budgeting systems for the proposed 2023-2026 operating and capital budgets. This is a first for the city and is going to require continual improvement as we advance this new process. The city plan's big move of Greener as we Grow puts Edmontonians at the forefront of 2 important trends for our region: continuing to develop a healthy city while also paying attention to what will surely be one of the greatest challenges of our future: protecting and enhancing our land, air, water, and biodiversity. Decisions made today about how we design and build our city, transportation systems, infrastructure, and energy will set the course for our future climate resilience and whether we have a climate-ready, low-carbon, prosperous, just, and equitable future. I will now ask Deputy City Manager McCabe to conclude the presentation.
Thank you. As noted early in the presentation, there are 4 levers that council can change, that you can pull in order to change the way that we achieve our outcomes: policy, partnership and advocacy, incentives, pricing and subsidies, and infrastructure investment. The investment lever is going to be really important through the 2023 to 2026 budget, and we're really here to help, and we hope we're setting up the right frameworks to aid in your decision making through this. Next slide, please. So in closing, the city plan and the climate resilience plans are just as much about plans about the people who are here today as the people we're going to welcome. And for jobs, we anticipate 520,000 jobs. It considers our past, present, and future. Both plans are really people-focused, evidence-based, integrated, measurable, and unified. And to realize the vision, it's going to take courage, ingenuity, and commitment. So we're excited to be on this journey with you, Council, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the work that you've been doing over the past few years, and much more work that would be required on this file. So thank you so much for that. We are about 8 minutes away from the break, but we can take a few questions. Then we will come back. We'll start with Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I just have two questions. You mentioned in your presentation around reporting back in the Q2 of next year on the progress of achieving targets. My question is, based on that graph that was also presented on our, the sort of the three scenarios, what current targets have been set previously? How aggressive are we being is really the question I'm asking.
Are you speaking to the climate resilience work that we're doing?
Yes, so specifically the greenhouse gas emissions, right? There's sort of the three scenarios of, if we reduce by this much, this is what it'll look like, et cetera. But you said that you're also reporting back in Q2 about those targets and how we're achieving or not achieving those targets. But my question is, what are those current targets?
Yes, sorry. So in the recently approved energy transition strategy, there were 3 targets set. So the first one is a 2025 target, but the key one is the 2030 target. So 2030, we're looking for a 50% reduction. The 2025 target is a 35% reduction in GHG emissions and carbon neutrality by 2050. So those are in line with what the IPCC says needs to happen to achieve 1.5 degrees of global warming.
So I'm understanding, because I don't think I'm fully understanding. So we are targeted towards that 1.5? Okay,
Absolutely. That is
Perfect.
fundamentally the premise of that plan.
perfect. And then when you bring that report back in Q4 with the request for the, talking about the 100 million annually, just so I'm clear, we're going to be able to have some more breakdown of what the costs long-term would be of not investing in that? So that, especially for the public, they'll understand if we are approving that budget piece, that they're understanding that we're really either going to pay now or later, and what those costs later would be if we don't invest in that. Like, I just want to know that that's coming as part of that.
That is fundamentally part of the plan. What I would say, though, we are going to focus our efforts on figuring out what the right actions are to set us up for success in terms of achieving those targets, but we will look to communicate what the impact of not doing that was and what not taking action would be. But Chandra, can you add to that as well?
Yes. Edmonton actually is a leading city in terms of understanding or quantifying the costs around inaction. It won't be able to be presented at every single action item. If it will be aggregated at the larger kind of citywide, but yes, we can present those costs.
Yeah, and I would definitely not expect it like line for line, but just again, if I then am going back to my constituents and saying, yes, this is what we approved, and this is why, that I have that data of what that cost would be of not doing that investment long term. So that's what I was making sure was included in that report. Thank you.
It's like the work that's been done on social housing. For example, if you invest $1 up front, you save this much at the back end, that kind of analysis. Okay, got it. Councillor Jens?
Thank you very much. Given the time, and I want to give space for my colleagues too, it'd be helpful if we could have more information on a number of different pieces. I'm always scared when I hear the word modernization attached to River Valley. I think my favorite word with River Valley is essential. Like, infrastructure should be essential if it's approved there. I'm not excited about any non-essential incursion there. So maybe some greater understanding and I think assurance to community members who have been very animated lately about the River Valley. I'm interested in getting a specific, like I've read the city plan and I know it's in an addendum somewhere, but it'd be great if for each of our wards we could get if city plan is fulfilled, this will be, I'm picking on Garneau, this is the current density in Garneau, this is this many humans, it'll go up to here or what? Because I think that's part of the ambiguity right now when we're saying high level at district plan, et cetera. If we could actually just get to what does this mean for Idlewild? What does this mean for McKernan? That would be, I think, help us actually get people to think about, okay, we're adding another 1,000 humans. Where are they going to go? And it would really, just getting into that granularity, I think would be very helpful. I'm also wondering if we could talk more about Blatchford. Blatchford has been and along with West Rossdale, some folks have really just I've heard a lot of things. I'm not sure what to believe. It would be helpful to get a better understanding about that too. How fast is it moving, etc. And finally, maybe a lunch and learn session for us, just about development economics in terms of you were. I would like to hear more of in addition to the plan, like, what if the market is so soft over the next 10 years that no one wants to build? What is the opportunity for the city to come in as, say, primary shareholder and finance co-ops, public housing, other opportunities here that just gives people non-market alternatives? I'd just be interested to know more about that too. Toronto's looking at inclusionary zoning. You want to go over a certain height, a certain amount has to be designated affordable. Really be interested on that. I mean, all too often we hear from industry it's that saying, never ask your barber if you need a haircut, right? Like, the industry will always tell you, oh, I don't know, like, this would be more profitable or this would be more favorable. But just really hearing from our job as public guardians of the public interest, getting a better understanding and shared understanding of that would be helpful.
I realize there wasn't a question there, but may I respond? Thank you. So River Valley modernization, really great observation, Councillor Jans, and that word modernization is used to say that our toolbox or our toolkit, the things we have probably aren't really working for both Edmontonians and for us, but not with the view to overhauling the way that we treat our River Valley and or recognizing the importance of our River Valley. So great observation on that word, and we'll talk about that as a team in terms of how that's landing, because I don't think it's landing in the way that we expected it to.
I'm not sure there's a shared agreement that it's not working. I think a lot of people are very happy that it's working very well for a lot of folks, and
Yeah.
it may impede some folks' coal mining or development or other aspirations, but that may be very well the intent.
Understood. And it's not, sorry, what I meant by our toolbox isn't working, I mean internally for staff. It's really cumbersome, and I'm not sure that it helps achieve the right outcomes that Edmontonians are looking for. So maybe that's, happy to talk more offline with you about that. It's not intended to open up coal mining. Just be very clear here, that is not the intention of the work that's being done. We want to absolutely honor what has been given to us and steward what's been given to us by previous councils and by previous planning departments as well. Second, good feedback on what happens at the neighborhood level. We can take that away and look at that. We wouldn't be able to answer that question on a more granular level until we do some of the work with the district planning. Third, on Blatchford, I believe there is an update, council orientation on that. I'm not sure where that is in the schedule, but I can follow up on that. And third, we'll take away the idea of doing a lunch and learn on market economics. That's a great idea.
Okay, we'll come back at 1:30 and we'll start with Ashley, right? Cool. Okay, cool. See you. Well, we have quorum. We can resume with our meeting. Would like to call this meeting back to order. And our next counselor on the list is Counselor, Aaron?
Do we need, sorry, point of order, do we need to do roll call?
Do we need to do a roll call?
For the record, it is nice to see
Okay,
you
well,
online.
Counselor Jans,
Here.
Counselor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Counselor Cartmell. Here. Counselor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
And I don't know if Counselor Hamilton is online. Let's see if he is. Okay, not yet. I'm here. And Counselor Tang.
I'm here online.
Oh, good, cool. And Counselor Stevenson, you're here.
Present.
And Counselor Principe.
Hello.
Counselor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Wright.
Hello.
And Counselor Paquette, you're online too?
I am, and I had a roll for lunch.
Sorry, I missed it. You had.
Oh, I'm here.
All right. Counselor Salvador, you're next.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions here. Might have to do 2 rounds. But just to start off, thank you so much for the presentation. I also love that these were presented together because they're so intimately linked. So first question was around, I guess, pacing. It's brought up a number of times. It's really going to be up to council to determine how far and how fast we move on these. And I guess in the context of the time scale of change we're talking about here, if we make a change today, it might take decades to actually see the results of that. And just to give an example, in the city plan, there's a lot of talk about nodes and corridors. Really want to see that density building up along there, as well as mixed-use development. And I'm wondering, I guess, when council is being presented with different options for how fast, how far, is that timescale going to be, I guess, presented or talked about, just so we know the full implications of the decisions we're making?
Absolutely, we will touch on that on each of the reports we bring forward. For example, in open parking, we talked about the fact that it was a generational change, even though it had been incrementally realized for that generational change. So we'll make sure to frame that up. I'm not sure if anyone from the team would like to add to that.
I had open option parking as an example written down, so that's exactly what I was referring to. And then I'm also curious, so in relation to district planning, quite excited about that process. I know a number of Edmontonians that I spoke with brought it up as well. Just being able to actually kind of apply a spatial lens to the sometimes abstract changes that we're talking about. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what type of teeth that district planning is going to have, if any.
Well, it'll absolutely have some teeth in terms of it's going to inform the type of infrastructure investment that's going to be needed to realize the vision of the city plan, and that those teeth will be realized through the budget process in terms of funding that infrastructure. Perhaps somebody from the district planning team could add more about how it's going to be actualized.
Councillor Salvador, it's Rhonda Tui here. We are at this point looking at using the existing tools, planning tools, and bringing them together in one district plan. From that point, we'll be looking at how do we implement sort of the longer term vision. And one of the tools for sure will be the new zoning bylaw that will be implementing some of those regulations that I think you're thinking of.
So via policy, bylaw, and budget decisions.
Excellent. And then just a follow-up question to that. You did briefly mention the infrastructure piece as well, and that's often where my mind goes when we're talking about growth management framework in particular. Because oftentimes, it's awesome that we have the vision, we are kind of pointed in the right direction, but recognizing that there's this whole underlying infrastructure conversation that has to happen in order to facilitate that development. Could you just speak to where that conversation is going to be had? Is it with growth management framework?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. And
Okay.
Do you want more on that?
Yeah, that would be great if you
Yeah,
could.
Ms. Butterfield?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, infrastructure is obviously a key component. We're looking in the shorter term at how we align city investment in terms of the spatial designation of our dollars. But definitely we're looking over the next few years as well at aligning not just the linear infrastructure, which we normally think of, so pipes, roadways, we are working with EPCOR on those things, but we're also starting to consider how we invest in our communities on more of the facility side. So things like recreation facilities, how do we ensure that there's an equitable distribution across the city for those types of infrastructure as well?
Great, thank you. And then really quickly with my last minute here around mobility. So over the past year, had a lot of conversations about bike plan, specifically moving from the plan itself into the implementation phase. When can we expect to see that back? And in terms of realizing that plan, I've heard rumblings that there's potentially federal dollars on the table with like active transportation programming. Is that right?
We have also heard rumblings, and that plan will be back in Q1 or Q2. Ms. Tui, can you confirm, please?
There is some active transportation federally. It hasn't opened yet, so we are preparing ourselves for what we might be able to submit through that program. Also, our bike plan implementation will be bringing that forward to you in February, just to let you know what's on that project.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, it'd just be exciting to have sort of projects shovel ready, if you will, to take advantage of that funding. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's just incredibly exciting in so many ways. And I think, what I'm most excited about is just the comprehensive approach that you're taking to implementation, that it's not coming up with a plan, but really working through every single city system to make sure that we realize the vision that we've put forward. So kudos and yeah, very exciting times. Did I hear that we were going to have a report coming back on the growth management framework early in the new year?
That's correct. Ms. Butterfield, can you confirm timing?
Yes, the timing for that is, I believe, Q2. I know that there's been some readjustment of council dates, so I can't confirm the exact date of that particular report, but there will be one in the new year.
Thank you. And maybe just as a heads up for me, some of the questions that come up around the growth management is that, the maps and the heat maps that are shown, we do still see a lot of red, a lot of additional growth in our suburban areas and outside of the identified nodes as well. So maybe just having a bit more of an understanding about that aspect, and also just the speed, again, that 50%, are we mapping that we're achieving 50% next year, or is it a progression that we're going to be working through? So just for a broader conversation in the new year. Just a question going to climate change mitigation, something that really struck me in my ward in particular, 75% of residents are in multifamily housing. And a lot of the greening grants that we've seen come forward are for lower density, for single detached, maybe row housing, but certainly not apartments and condos. So just wondering if there's sort of attention being paid to that and looking at how we can even benefit from the economy of scale that a condo site potentially offers.
Councillor Stevenson, we are looking at that. We're looking at our current programming as well as if it's a potentially new programming needed. The one program that we do have available right now is related to our solar rebate that's available for multifamily, but we are looking at our building retrofit accelerators as well.
Great, thank you. In recognizing the complexities of this, but the waste management and source separated approach, and just the rollout of that in multifamily as well. I know it's planned, but maybe could you talk a bit more about the timelines there?
Councillor, we are coming back to Utility Committee in the spring at I believe the second meeting in the year to outline how that multifamily source separation program would roll out, we were tasked with coming back and looking at delivery options in terms of the model, whether it's a regulated model or a opt-out model, and we were coming back with options in regards to what those different delivery models could look like.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about that. I've also just been so excited to learn recently about the district energy work that's happening downtown, and not to, you know, just make even more work, but interested in if it's even been considered in an area like Oliver that has that high density.
Not at this point, but I think it's something we could explore.
Councillor Stevenson, it's Adam Lachlan here. Downtown district energy has been conceptually developed from a phasing perspective where future phases could potentially expand into areas beyond sort of the immediate core. But very preliminary. Our focus right now is to really get the phase one underway.
Yeah, completely understandably. I wonder if there's even some benefit. What I'm noticing is a lot of buildings in Oliver are of a similar age and getting to a similar point where they're replacing boilers, doing that sort of upgrade work. So maybe even just, you know, starting to think about how we communicate that opportunity with condo boards.
That's something for us to definitely consider. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And again, excited for many more conversations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your presentation this morning. I just try to get my mind back to the notes I have this morning. I think I have a few questions. I'm not going too deep and at this moment. I'm looking at the presentation here, and specifically there one page talk about 15 district planning. So my question about this, and because we have 12 wards across the city, and by looking at the map and then how that integrates, and for this planning, specifically for the land use perspective, and then back to our ward map, and because I notice it's different, and yeah.
And it was different intentionally. Because it was meant to, the 15 districts are meant to inform infrastructure planning, land use planning, transportation planning, and are not meant to align to the wards.
Okay, so in terms of that, and if we look at any like development and land use purpose, we have to go back, look at this map instead of our own word map.
I would say that probably both maps are really important for councillors when you're looking at a land use application and you're looking at any of the land use decisions that we're bringing before you to understand what your ward impacts are. Also, the district planning is to help understand what that city impact is when you start to look at all of the districts as a collection.
I think I may need to follow up, and because I have specific questions regarding that. And so that's my first question. Thank you very much, and to know that this is intentionally. And the next question is about the money. I know, and I know I was asking so many money questions, and specifically for 2021 expenditure and budgeting approved from previous city council, we have 5.9% for the planning and housing. So I look at the specific explanation for the planning, and including this planning, we're doing the work right now. Is there any breakdown data to show how much we spend it on the planning piece?
On the planning piece of the city plan, or as the department as a whole?
This question I would like ask the finance to clarify, and when this 2021 expenditure chart provided to the public, what does this mean? This is only including, like you asked as a department as a whole, or just the planning?
Ms. Padbury, I just saw that you joined. Are you able to help with that answer, or is that something we need to get more detail and help with offline?
So sorry, in the flip from the YouTube feed to this meeting, I just missed the question.
The question is, in the budget document, the presentation that you did in terms of the urban planning and housing component on the pie chart, I believe. Councillor Rice, the pie
Yes,
chart?
that's right.
It shows planning and housing together. Are we able to get a breakdown for that?
Yeah, we can provide you a breakdown of all of those categories and show you what's in them. I can share that with you offline.
Thank you very much, because that will help me to understand, and specifically we discuss the housing cost for that. Thank you. So my last question, before I say the question, I would like to say I really appreciate to see so much comprehensive work and from administration side, and specifically how much effort and time you put prepare all this information and for the city council. I just want from practical side to look at this. So the effort, the energy, and the time we used on prepare all this platform and the planning documents, and then if we look at the outcome and outputs perspective specifically, and then yes, everything our city were doing, we try to reach the even from short-term, long-term, or mid-term outcomes, but at least from public perspective, they look at the outputs. So what tangible results we have, and how we can measure our city's progress, and then not only spend money on prepare this type of very great documents, great framework, great plan, our website. What's the tangible results actually impact our city, and our citizens can feel, can live every day, say, yes, our city is in progress, is in the direction what we want to go. So I just want to bring these points and to everybody, include myself, for that awareness. And then we are doing this is not just for the documents, we are doing this actually for the tangible results, and our citizen, our public can see for it. And so based on these points, my question is about, and then where we can find that strategic performance measures, and can see and can very easily and simply and from general public eye and to see the progress.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, it's a really good observation that in order to create public trust, that we need to be able to communicate the importance of what we're doing and what it looks like on the ground. And so for that city plan, it's a number of measures. The measures are in the document itself, and we're creating interim targets and interim measures, which we will bring to council in Q1. But if I just take a step back from the measures and the outputs, it's really about getting investment into our city. So if we go to Air Products as an example, $1.3 billion hydrogen plant that is landing in Edmonton. It's about creating a thriving and inclusive city where everybody feels welcome, where they have somewhere to sleep every single night, and that there is a return on that investment associated with the overall cost of providing services to both the provincial and municipal government. It is about that people can get away or can get around in our city in a way that's efficient, and that they're safe when they do that, and that means that there'll be a variety of different ways for them to get around. It really is about how we attract and retain people to Edmonton, that they see us as an urban, thriving, inclusive place, and that they're willing to live here as a result of that and invest in here. And I'd be happy to maybe talk offline a bit more with you about some of the measures and the things that we do in the department, more granular basis in terms of I seem way over, you're way over. Performance measures for development permits, building permits. It sounds like you're very interested in that. I'd be happy to share some of that with you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Mayor, my time is out. And sorry
You can
for
always
that.
have a second round, Councillor Rice. Always have a second round. Thank you for that. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I do have I hope this is the correct forum to be discussing this. If not, you can just let me know it's not. But Ms. Butterfield, I liked how you had mentioned, with the growth management and realizing the community's recreational needs. So thank you for pointing that out. My question is more ward specific. My area of Testawiniwak, we have 2 school surplus sites that are within 3 kilometers of each other being zoned or plan rezoning for higher density housing. And my question is it possible, because our area is the second smallest in the entire city in area, in land size area, compared to many other wards. As a matter of fact, one ward is 3.5 times the size. And we're still having development in our area. Is it possible to wait for the school surplus sites being developed at this time? Can it be kind of a last resort thing?
Councillor Principe, that is absolutely something, if it was the desire of council, that administration could look at. I would suggest Chris Hodgson's doing a presentation on land enterprise. It's scheduled for later this afternoon. If we get there, that would be a great place to ask that question.
And if I may, apologies for stepping in, but there's also a report coming in January to executive committee that will speak specifically about the process that we use for surplus school sites, and there will be an opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion at that point.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So on the district planning, how does that ties into the 15-minute communities? Because that district planning, they seem geographically pretty large areas.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. The district plans are intended to be a 15-minute city by all modes of transportation, so including transit and active transportation. And so it geographically, especially if you're taking transit, you can cover quite a large distance within those catchment areas. Additionally, the plans, the geographic boundaries were drawn up to ensure that they were viable districts in terms of did they have both residential and non-residential land use opportunities. So there could be a mix of uses to really reinforce that what folks need in that area is available within a short commute, either walking or by transit, as well as vehicles as well, if they were considering it. But you are correct in that if it was a catchment area of strictly by walking or biking, they would be smaller geographic areas, but because the district plans also consider public transit, it is a larger catchment area for a 15-minute district.
Because the area I'm most familiar with is Millwoods and Meadows area. When I look at that area, that's a huge and doesn't give you the sense of localized amenities and communities in that bigger sense,
It doesn't, and I don't think that we've captured it all with district planning, that it's not going to capture all of the local context or local feel of a community, and I think that's something we still need to figure out, and we're still contemplating how we capture that, and I don't think district planning is the right tool for that, but I'm not sure what the right tool is yet.
Good. Okay, good. On the, when you come back with the things that can be done, do we have kind of a list of quick wins that we can have over the next year, 2 years? Because getting to net zero by 2030 targets 40%, or then, so what is, like, can we start showing things to Edmontonians that we can say, these are things they can do or we can do as an elected body, as a corporation as well?
Yes. Short answer is yes. You're right. The target itself is incredibly challenging. A 50% reduction in the community in the next decade of emissions. And in the energy transition strategy, we've identified some actions as quick wins and some as big wins. And so I think it'll be, again, that prioritization and trade-off discussion of is it quick wins, big wins, is it both?
Okay, good. On the, over the last few days during these conversations, we heard quite a bit about building retrofits, the infrastructure that we own and the infrastructure that is out in the community. And there are different programs available from the provincial government and federal government and how we unlock private sector investment. Do we, like, what our plans are? Because that's a huge potential for emissions reduction, but also economic growth. How can we accelerate that work?
Absolutely, and we recognize that in order to meet the goals, it's not going to be the city alone or any government organization alone, that we need to leverage private investment as well. And so Chandra and team, I know, have done some work around that, and we can bring some more details in the Q2 update on that as well, Mr. Mayor, to help inform that next budget cycle. But I know Chandra would love to add more details.
Mr. Mayor, you've nailed it. Buildings are a significant piece of the emission pie. And in the energy transition strategy, there's actions for existing buildings and actions for new buildings. And so new buildings, we're really looking at staying in alignment with the federal and provincial building codes and offering incentives to go beyond that. In terms of the existing buildings, we have commercial and residential rebate programs right now in place, perhaps not as fulsome in terms of reaching multifamily units yet, but there's definitely actions within the strategy to advance what we call our emission neutral building pathway.
We'd love to explore that further with your team. Okay, good. I'll move the second round, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can we vote, please?
Madam Clerk, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Still waiting on a number of votes here.
I'm affirmative. I just had my iPad closed. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And we're just waiting on.
Yes for me, please.
Perfect. We have all the votes.
Can you display the votes, please? Thank you. We'll move on to second round.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take the chair back. Okay, where the list disappeared. Here you go, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just a quick question to build off of Mayor Sohi's question around retrofits. I guess I'm wondering, or I'm trying to get a handle on the scale of investment that we're talking about. And I just think about CEIP, for example. And to my understanding, that was just over $10 million of investment. And I'm just curious how many buildings that actually equates to. Because I know in the energy transition strategy, I believe we're looking at like 350,000 building retrofits. Is there a way to, I guess, communicate that scale, if that makes sense?
Absolutely, there's a way, and I think what you're pointing out is that we're barely dipping our toe into the ocean, and that's true. And there's a lot more to do in this space, and perhaps Chandra can give you a bit of an idea on the number of buildings for CEIP.
Yes, Councillor Salvador, it's a pilot program for the first 2 years, so it is limited in reach. We are hopeful to have 80, and we're confident that there'll be interest in having 80 residential buildings as well as 20 commercial buildings participating in this pilot.
And that's the Clean Energy Improvement Program, CEIP.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I realize we were talking about things to request. I was noting in British Columbia some organizations that have been pushing for dramatic changes, both to Councillor Salvador's point, not just in retrofitting the buildings we already have, but changing building code and regulations around every single new building going forward. And it'd be great at another time if we could have some advice on how the ambitious goals of City Plan intersect with current building code changes we would like to see. I understand the feds pass it, the province implements it on the timeline. What should we be fighting for in terms of accelerating? What should we be fighting for in terms of amending or slowing? All of this would be helpful for another lunch and learn session for the new council.
Yeah, and if not for a lunch and learn, Councillor Jans, we will absolutely address that in the next report we bring on the update on the energy transition file. because you were correct, it is building codes will be a big part of the picture as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So that's it for questions on this, right? I don't want to, just quick one on the, Edmonton is known for our construction expertise, right? How do we tap into that private sector expertise for the green energy area? Is something, yeah.
Absolutely, and we are working on bringing together an industry group to help us in terms of tapping into that expertise, including having the Edmonton Construction Association at the table. I can't remember what we've called that group.
I don't believe the name has been defined yet, but essentially it's an emission neutral buildings advisory group.
Okay, cool.
And there's also some expertise on the committee, the Energy Transition Committee as well.
Good, good. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. What do we have next, Andre?
Your Worship, it is my briefing on community safety and well-being.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to our next item, which is our city manager's update on the community safety work.
Thank you
That's the
very much.
task force work, right? Part of the task force as well? Got it.
That's certainly a key element of it.
Yeah, got it.
Great. Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. An important body of work that we are moving forward on in collaboration with our community partners is community safety and well-being. 2 days ago, we had a wide-ranging discussion about the Indigenous framework, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And thank you for sharing your perspectives, asking questions, and demonstrating your ongoing commitment to make progress on these issues. Today, this community safe and well-being discussion will revisit some of those same issues and discuss administration's work on this issue, the work of community committee and partners, and assessing our organizational progress and looking ahead to some items that will be coming for your decision and direction soon. I will not repeat my comments from the other day, but I will start by again acknowledging that I am a person in a privileged position, that I come with a lived experience of both privilege and trauma, and that I accept the challenge not just to be a racist, but to actively be an anti-racist. Community safety and well-being, including our approach to anti-racism, and as you have heard in the diversity and inclusion presentations, anti-oppression is actively being incorporated into all aspects of our work. Connect Edmonton reinforces that we can only achieve our 4 strategic goals if all Edmontonians are not only considered but deeply involved in our work as a municipality. City Plan looks for equitable experiences for all Edmontonians, an Edmonton where they can receive all of the services they require and desire within 15 minutes of their home. Our corporate business plan and budget then outlines the initiatives we will undertake and the related funding strategies that make these 2 visionary plans come to life. As city manager, I'm responsible for setting the tone and the priority for this work. Deputy City Managers Rob Smythe and Catherine Owen are currently the executive sponsors for a multi-department work group to ensure that the city's approach to community safety and well-being occurs in an efficient, integrated, and accountable manner. However, all my ELT colleagues are looking at their plans and decisions to ensure their work is representative, inclusive of everyone who calls Edmonton home. While we have strategically positioned my city manager's office along with communications and engagement and citizen services departments as leaders when it comes to engaging with community stakeholders, internally we expect all of our leaders to do that throughout the city. Now, the next 90 days of community safety and well-being is going to be intensive. We are very much looking forward to your leadership in this work, and in the next 30 or so days, we will be presenting decision points related to funding of the work. On November 8th, Monday, In partnership with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, you will see recommendations to fund initiatives developed by various community organizations to support anti-racism efforts in our city. These initiatives are designed to increase awareness of racism and its impacts and progress our goal to build a diverse, inclusive, and equitable city. On November 15th, we will be bringing forward a report that recommends additional funding to support work by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. These funds will supplement work already underway through ARAC's Anti-Racism Grants Program. This report will also frame out the beginnings of a collaborative, co-creative process we are planning with the community as a partner, outlining potential opportunities related to the available budget. In December, the budget deliberations will begin for the final year of the 2019 to 22 budget cycle. This will provide an opportunity for this council to formalize this additional funding. Finally, in Q1 of 2022, administration will return with a report on work completed and actively ongoing related to community safety and well-being. This will contain information of how our work maps to recommendations provided by the Community and Safety Wellbeing Task Force and our comprehensive plan on working with the community. Work related to community safety and well-being has been ongoing for many years and includes initiatives to address racism and promote greater inclusion in Edmonton, such as Racism Free, which was started over a decade ago. Since 2016, the previous council put forward direction that ultimately led to the creation of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, or ARAC, with the intention to provide the then council with community perspectives on issues related to racism. The governance structure and initial funding was approved by City Council in September of 2019. Shown on the screen is only a snapshot of the previous council's work. From watching your campaigns and hearing your feedback throughout this week, I can see that you are deeply invested in the work to make Edmonton a more inclusive and welcome place to live, work, learn, and experience. You will build upon the previous council's work and positively influence the lives of all Edmontonians. The Edmontonians that are here today and the million more that will choose to make Edmonton their home in the decades to come. So I just wanted to explain some of the recent work from the previous slide. 2020 was a key turning point that drove home the need to listen. We saw COVID disproportionately impact distinct populations within our community, those who are already struggling with an equitable experience. Through local, national, and international events, we saw that the experience of justice was not universally felt for all people. The then council wanted to understand a local perspective to this global issue. So in June 2020, a non-statutory public hearing was called. 142 Edmontonians expressed their perspectives about racism in our city and their experiences with the policing systems. We recognize that for those 140 people who spent their time to tell us how we could do better, that was a very vulnerable experience for them, but a conversation that needed to happen for this city. And we honor those 142 people and the communities they represent for their bravery and their honesty. Although I was not the city manager at the time, I did follow this work closely, and I heard a common theme, which we've talked about earlier in the week, which is no change for us without us. Community members deeply sought to be involved in the work to rebuild the Edmonton they needed to be safe, to be heard, and in which to thrive. But a few days of listening wasn't enough. In July of 2020, City Council passed a motion to initiate an inclusive co-creation process to develop recommendations for the future of community safety and well-being in Edmonton. At the same time, Council also directed administration to reduce the Edmonton Police Service budget and suspend the EPS funding formula pending further review. In August of 2020, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force was established through Bylaw 19407, and the membership was set to include community members with lived experience, members of the Edmonton Police Service, employees from the City of Edmonton, a member from the Edmonton Police Commission, and an independent chair to facilitate the work. The task force continued to listen through the end of 2020 and into April of 2021. They involved other groups such as the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, Reach Edmonton, Help Seeker, and other City of Edmonton stakeholders and partners. In April of 2021, the task force presented 14 recommendations to Council. As a summary, those recommendations are listed in this slide and are sorted into 5 categories. First category is send the most appropriate responders. Second, modernize the way people respond. Third, build and sustain trust. Fourth, reduce the demand for police. And fifth, talking about the money. As you can see, these actions vary in complexity. Some are items that can be implemented relatively quickly, while others speak to systemic changes that are required as part of Edmonton's future. Once Council received that report in April 2021, administration was directed to return in short order to advise what short-term actionable community safety and well-being work could be completed by administration and related partner organizations such as the Edmonton Police Service and the Edmonton Police Commission. In June 2021, the City of Edmonton, the Edmonton Police Service, and the Commission partnered to review recent progress, identify current actions, and outline new efforts that could be taken within 90 days. The report included 70 community safety and well-being actions that were currently underway or identified to start in 2021 and focused on 4 key themes. The first was system integration and a coordinated response to make sure the right resources are deployed at the right time. Second, organizational cultures to intentionally build more diverse workforces and embed diversity and inclusion content in training, essentially the culture change that I think this council is also looking for. Third, social responsibility to assess the impact of actions on communities and commit to openness and transparency. And fourth, prevention and support to reduce the instances where vulnerable people come into contact with the justice system when what they need is understanding, support, empathy, and specific services. Some of those items included reviewing the joint dispatch model, adding GBA Plus and inclusivity lenses to recruitment practices, and offering training for existing City of Edmonton employees. And I want to be clear that while that report was brought to Council in June of 2021, it was not a report indicating we had completed these things. It was a report moving ahead in terms of how we would. So please know that our commitment to community safety and well-being, as well as our commitment to anti-racist Edmonton, is embedded into all the recommendations that we'll bring forward through your term. We recognize that every decision we make as a city must consider who we are including and potentially excluding. This is the GBA Plus thinking that DCM Kim Armstrong reviewed with you on Wednesday of this week. The motion on this slide remains open, and we will return to Community and Public Services Committee over the next 2 weeks to provide further updates, and then the main report to City Council in Q1 of 2022. And one point I want to highlight in this motion that resulted from significant discussion of Council was this first sentence in the motion where we talk about a collaborative decision-making way with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, additional BIPOC stakeholders, and the Edmonton Police Commission. And we are working to build that decision-making capacity as we speak. As part of the work initiated in 2020 and the work that will be presented to this council, City Council had directed administration to draft amendments that would reduce the Edmonton Police budget by $11 million. This reduction was split over the 2021 and 22 fiscal years to be redirected to support work in the community safety and well-being ecosystem with a view on 4 areas. Address the needs and service gaps for Indigenous Edmontonians, particularly those experiencing homelessness. Transform our approaches to addressing encampments, transform our approach to bylaw enforcement, and then finally enhance 24/7 crisis and outreach support. One-time funds were used to support community investment operating grant, as well as a work completed by the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. A report will be brought forward to the Community and Public Services Committee with recommendations to allocate additional one-time funding that can be leveraged by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee to support its overall mandate. And this mechanism is enabled through recommendations by ARAC to City Council for approval through the anti-racism grant application. We'll be working closely with community partners to prioritize and identify solutions that make the most sense for Edmontonians. Although we have some ideas on where these funds could be used, we are committed to a co-creation process with community. Subsequent to these conversations, we will bring forward recommendations on how these funds could be allocated for your review and approval. And in fact, we've already received several ideas, I think 5 from 3 of the councillors now, and we're actively working to incorporate those into our recommendations. At this time, we are also reviewing the EPS funding formula, policy C604, as we need to bring back recommendations for council's review in Q1 2022 on that formula. We have spent some time now talking about what we will do. Now I'd like to tell you about how we're going to do this work. The guiding principles shown on the screen are our commitment to Edmontonians and you, our governors, that we are working differently. These 4 principles are: wisdom comes from many sources. We honor the time and expertise of those who have contributed and will contribute to our way forward. And we will continue to seek out diverse voices, even if those voices require us to have difficult conversations. Together we will listen, learn, and lead. We need to listen and learn from the community as we each take a leadership role to enhance community safety and well-being. And we will coordinate with each other to amplify ideas and solutions for our community. Meaningful change requires us to do things differently, and we're working with the community as our partners in a transparent and respectful, collaborative decision-making process. And our approach will involve enabling and strengthening supports within the community. And we have many different but complementary definitions of success, and we will move quickly to implement improvements that cumulatively bring systemic change. And this work is a journey. We're not going to speed through it, but we need to take decisive action, and we need to create momentum, and an irreversible momentum that moves us towards progress. So those 4 principles will be very helpful as we work alongside Edmontonians to improve community safety and well-being. We are grateful that so many people have volunteered their time and their stories to help us understand both our reality and the possibility they see for Edmonton. And we need these perspectives to name systemic causes and to identify systemic solutions. Starting in November 2021, Edmontonians will be invited to participate in community conversations to establish an ongoing mechanism for evaluating and monitoring this work in the future. This will help us understand our areas of focus and be collaborative partners in understanding our progress. We will prioritize potential community safety and well-being investments, including ideas identified within administration and from the Community Safety and Well-being Task Force, as well as the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. We'll identify additional solutions that help Edmontonians feel safe in their city. And finally, be broad with our conversations. This includes leveraging various engagement spaces across a section of our community, including community leaders, agencies, and individuals. There are organizations you as council fund, including REACH and End Poverty Edmonton, that will be speaking to you, and others such as Bear Clan, the Muslim Association of Canada, and other individuals and organizations who have been reaching out to me directly and to your staff and to you directly. As councillors, we know you have many connections into community yourselves as well, and we'll be following up with you individually on other groups we should engage with, and finding out how you as council want to be involved in those community discussions going forward. We know that one set of conversations will not be the only answer. There will be an iterative process to listen, learn, and lead, and do that as many times as necessary to achieve our goals. And we fundamentally believe this needs to involve councillors at all of those discussions throughout the community. As Katrin stated in her presentation earlier, I think it was yesterday, we cannot achieve our strategic goals without working in lockstep with our community stakeholders and partners. One of our key partners to achieve a safer and more inclusive Edmonton is the Edmonton Police Service. The Edmonton Police Service commitment to action acknowledges current community concerns and calls for change, addresses racial injustice, and advocates for the need to work collectively to build, strengthen, and repair police-community relationships. The Edmonton Police Service is creating safe spaces for extensive conversations with the community, and then EPS will work with these communities to implement the required changes. And reflecting upon the conversation we had yesterday about public engagement, we will do our best to work to conduct our public engagement in complement to EPS to ensure that we are not repeatedly asking people to share their experiences and advice. We will also share best practices and ideas on how we can reach diverse communities together. And as we discussed earlier, you'll have a chance to speak with the Police Commission and the Chief on this as well. I can tell you that Chief McPhee and I are in regular contact to ensure that we support each other as anti-racist municipal leaders, and that we continually review and recalibrate our approaches, as there is a partnership in so many of these actions. This alignment will be evident as we provide you with updates on community safety and well-being over the next several months and throughout your term. A couple of takeaways I wish to leave you with here. First, topics such as community safety and well-being, anti-racism, and other social issues, they're all connected. We must consider community safety and well-being whenever we discuss all of our 73 lines of businesses and services, our city culture, the economic health, or the social fabric of our community. And the new council motion that was approved this week is now integrated into that work as well. The other key takeaway is that administration is not and will not be idle in this approach. We know how important this work is. Reports are being developed as we speak in preparation for future meetings, including as early as next week. Supplementary operating budgets in the fall with the intention to lead and to act. Changes will be made through our actions, recommendations, and decisions, and of course, through your guidance and direction as council. And again, we know that this work is about fundamental changes to systemic and societal racism. Strides have been made since we were last before council in June, but for the foreseeable future, we will have to work very hard to do and improve on areas. But I'm pleased to share ahead of our Q1 22 report that we started making some changes and reflecting the feedback we heard from community partners. By listening and collaborating with the community, we have gained invaluable insight. For example, through the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, I was introduced to the founder of Sisters Dialogue and the president of the African Canadian Civic Engagement Council. Through this discussion, potential specific actions were brought to our attention that we will be bringing forward to council soon for consideration. We're committed to actively supporting solutions to end hateful and racist acts in our city. We were approached by the Muslim Association of Canada about recent incidents in Edmonton, and we will fully participate in those discussions. With respect to advocating opportunities, I have also been speaking and will engage more with RCMPK Division, the Department of Justice, CSIS, and others to get a better understanding of the perpetrators and strengthen anti-hate legislation. And we've also been advocating for additional mental health resources for our city. And the former mayor had sent a letter as one of his last acts as mayor to the Prime Minister on strengthening anti-hate legislation, which was a result of a council motion earlier in the summer. I've also mentioned our upcoming report will detail on progress and will also include how we are progressing on recommendations from the 16-member task force. And we will also share the best practices we have learned from other orders of government and organization. And I also want to share that the 16 members of the task force, when we reported some of our initial early plans in June, were not completely satisfied with our report. In fact, they weren't satisfied with a lot of things in the report. And I think that spoke to the speed at which we were asked to do it and the continued work that is ahead of us. So we heard that as well, and we have taken all of that to heart. And so we're going to do all of this work under your leadership and guidance as a council. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions or guidance you may have for us at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the work you're doing. There's 2 council members on the list, and quickly before I go to Councillor Rutherford, I just want to say, the work, anti-racism work is generational work. It is not one-day work, and climate change work too. Like, there are other areas that we are undertaking can really transform our city. And as we go on this journey, from my perspective, we will not always get things right, and that is okay. It is okay to make mistakes on this journey as long as our heart is in the right place and our intents are honorable and clear, right? So I just want you to know that I would not be passing any judgments as we would do this work, because this is really hard work and difficult work, and requires us to think outside the box and be more empowered. So I want you to know that, like, if we make mistakes on this work on the way, it'll be okay to make those mistakes as long as we're committed to work. Yeah. Councillor Rutherford.
So I think based on this presentation, I think I'm missing something around the community safety and well-being task force. It was more holistic than just around race. But this motion and the discussion and the dialogue today have really focused on the race safety aspect, which is huge and important and significant. But I know that, you know, there was folks that were trans on the task force, for example, and when we look at just in general safety and well-being of gender as a factor along that whole spectrum. Also, I like to highlight that sometimes like religious or faith is not a race, right? So I just want to make sure, because when I read this new motion that came on July 5th, and when I'm hearing the presentation today, it's really focused around anti-racism work, which we've all kind of mentioned needs to be absolutely entrenched in and thread through many of the things we do. But I don't want to lose those other communities that are just as important in terms of their safety being considered and factored in.
Yeah, so that's probably just my presentation. We have got all of those issues captured as work that needs to be done, and we'll be reporting on them directly. And I think while we covered the 14 recommendations very quickly in one slide in this initial presentation, obviously the details of those 14 recommendations do eke all that out, and we will be reporting on all that going forward. So, yeah. And we have had conversations with some of those communities you've mentioned, including, you know, for example, on the faith-based communities. You know, we've met with them twice on this particular issue. So, yes.
Because when I go to that motion from July 5th, it literally specifically says Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and additionally BIPOC stakeholders.
Yep.
So there is an exclusion there of other stakeholders that are just as important in their community well-being and safety.
I don't think it excludes them. I think
they're not mentioned in the motion, right? So how can I have that I guess when that comes back, I'll make sure that I'll ask those questions when that comes back.
Yeah.
But like, I think excluding them in the motion is excluding them just in symbolically, whether they are included down the road. And another thing I want to highlight in my time, because I think that when we are engaging BIPOC, trans, vulnerable communities in this work, we have to think about the outset of their safety and their personal risk in participating in this. And I would like to state on the record that I do not believe that the consideration of the Community Wellbeing Task Force safety, once that report was released and some of the threats and things that happened to those folks was considered in the development of that task force. And so if we are going to continue on this path of engaging in collaborative ways with community, I want us to be thinking about their safety and the personal risks they're taking in stepping into this space. Maybe it's even protecting their identity in this process. I don't know, but I do want to know that to me is something that was very concerning to see when that report was released.
That is so true. Some of the members of the task force did feel very unsafe after the release of the report because they became targets through social media, and that was pretty concerning for those members.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for those
Sorry,
comments.
if I could just comment on the motion. So I accept that. I mean, that's the motion we have. I think the work we're doing is inclusive, and perhaps when we bring this back, we could certainly, we would sort of welcome, I guess, clarity on that from council in terms of adjusting that motion as we go forward. And that's something maybe we could talk about when we do our initial update next week.
We need to mesh all that work together.
Yeah. I think there was a long discussion that did change the motion, but it was also, to be honest, it was a discussion that happened in council kind of on the fly.
Yeah.
I think there was an effort to be more inclusive, but I take that point very seriously. And I think that's certainly something council, I don't think we have to wait till the new year. for the final report for council to even consider amending that motion with the clarity that you want.
Well, and I think that it's, speaks to what Mayor Sohi said around, it's not, a criticism in a way of that, like, we can't, but I feel obligated to note that often some of those other identities can be forgotten in this, and there's times when we need to specifically focus on Indigenous issues, when we need to focus on race-based issues. But in this well-being, we want everyone in a community to feel safe.
Yeah, I totally agree. And so what I would say is let's not wait until January. Let's amend the motion when we bring forward a bit of an update in a couple of weeks. And just, I also want to say that we've actually got, that specific community that mentioned, the queer community, who's coming to speak to ELT on some of the work that they've done, or some, not an organization, but members very shortly to talk about this as well. So I appreciate that.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. I don't want to speak for Councillor Paquette, who originally moved that motion. I think we were, but during that meeting, we were trying to address what had been a pretty significant gap that had been identified. But I think it's a very good suggestion of adding to it. So thanks for flagging that. I just wanted to, I'll try to turn it into a question, but just wanting to make sure when we're talking about all the work that's been done, and specifically in relation to funding, I do think it's worth being very clear that while it is technically accurate to state they received a reduction in funding, we should be very clear that EPS was the only department this year in the city of Edmonton to receive a budget increase. They received a lower than anticipated increase based off what had previously been improved. But I just really want to make sure we're stressing that, as somebody that got accused of defunding the police by one of my colleagues previously, and then through social media and then at the doors. That's not actually what count, and whether we should or shouldn't, that'll be for the next council to decide, to be fair. But with the tension that language produces, we should just make it clear that EPS actually received a budget increase, and no other department in the city of Edmonton did in 2021. In order to hit zero, everyone else took cuts or at least a frozen budget.
So the police budget from 2020 to 2021 went up
by $10.8 million.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, and they're scheduled for another $10.8 million increase this year, which is a reduction on the original funding formula of 16.3. But I'd like us to be clear. And again, maybe we should have a different conversation, and council will likely have that. But EPS has not received a reduction in funding.
Got it. That's a very good point.
Correct. And I just wanted, I was really trying to focus on there is 11 million.
Yes.
This council, we're going to be asking you to allocate that for community safety pieces. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And that speaks to the motion of council to review the formula, and we'll be bringing those recommendations back in Q1.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's great. And again, not upset. I just wanted to make sure it was clear for everyone.
Good point of clarity.
As that had a lot of conversation, and that word, while again technically accurate, might want to make sure we're thinking about how we talk about that as we go into the next batch. So perfect. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation and for the focus that you and your team are providing on this issue. You mentioned the June 2021 report back and how there wasn't necessarily satisfaction among many of the stakeholders. And, what I heard in that conversation was a frustration with the process and not being invited in as partners to develop the solutions. So, recognizing today is very much administration orienting city council. It's really appropriate to be hearing from you. I think moving forward, my expectation would be that we always have our partners in the room as well when we're talking about this initiative. And I know that there is a piece there around compensation for the other groups that are providing their experience and expertise into this process. Just wondering if that's been in conversation about how we ensure that groups that are coming forward to participate are being able to participate and remove resource barriers.
Yeah, so just on the expectation perspective, that task force had provided recommendations. We were then asked to go bring back to council in very short time frame, so there was no intent at that time to, I mean, we were taking their input and going forward. There was never going to be time to do a consultation on that. And then, of course, the other thing is that by the bylaw, that task force had ended their work when they presented their recommendations to council in accordance with the bylaw. What we did do is we had one session with them just before, because we wanted them to see things before, and so they were absolutely not consulted on those actions for sure. And we did compensate them for their work on the task force, and we compensated them for that review of the report. I can't remember what the specific details were. There is another motion in front of us that we are bringing to council in terms of recommendations for compensation for all committees, including the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and so that will be coming to council. I just don't know when for consideration. But it's a discussion about all the volunteer agencies and committees in the city and what is the right thing to do. So that will be a live question for this council to consider, and it certainly has come up in terms of their involvement. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I understand the motion that you had received that you were reporting back on in June didn't really enable that broader community conversation. And I think just, moving forward, it sounds like that's a way of working that you're really committed to, and that's wonderful to hear.
Yeah, and I would say that this is just an orientation briefing for sure. But, I think the example of us following is when His Worship Mayor Sohi put the notice of motion on the very first council meeting. The very first call we made was to the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee at chair in accordance with the earlier motion we got. And we worked that weekend with that chair to draft motions and put them together for the mayor to consider. So they need to be here when we do these kinds of presentations, because it gets back to that collaborative joint decision-making model.
Yeah, absolutely. So shifting a little bit, I think obviously it's very important that we're talking about anti-racism as we're talking about community safety. But I think, from my perspective, I think even if we had a police force that was entirely anti-racist, that we had no issues there, we would still need to be talking about the funding model in terms of getting the outcomes that we need in our service delivery. So maybe just recognizing we're going to have that funding conversation in Q1, a question that I'm always really interested in is when we look at other cities as comparators in terms of our level of police funding, are we also looking at the success of that investment and those outcomes? I think my worry is that we're focused on the number, and just by coming into line with other municipalities, we're not necessarily getting a better service or the type of service that we need.
So the answer is yes, I think we have to, and I think we have to present that as part of our report in Q1. The other thing that is, I think, just as important as looking at the police funding formula is our request to the province to follow all the other money in the system that comes through the province, through the federal government, where it goes, how it's used, what the efficiencies are. And so we have strongly recommended that there be the province also follow the money and look at their formulas. And I think they're going to do that. I haven't sort of heard a formal response that they're going to do that in the way that we've talked about. But I think that would be important going forward, because there's a lot more money in the system than just in the city and in EPS, as we've talked earlier with shelters and safe consumption and those. And it's not just community and social services, it's health, community social services, justice, and all those departments. And we have been advocating for the province to follow the money, and we need to be there as partners. So,
great. Really appreciate the answers. I'm out of time, but looking forward to working with you on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to comment on Councillor Rutherford and brought earlier, and then I am in the same position, and thank you for bringing those points, and otherwise I'm going to ask the same questions. So my other question or other pieces I would like to bring is about the anti-racism grant program. So I just did research on our city website and realized for 2019, we have that $300,000 approved, and for the anti-racism grant program. And then look at the presentation today. Thank you. Present that and look at the presentation today on page 2, and on November 18, I believe is the next Tuesday, and we will have recommendation from administration side and to fund the select community applications through this grant program. Because that first number and 300,000 grant and from 2019, and I just wondering, this November 18 do we have the new grant amount and for this, or is the information you are going to recommend and for City Council to approve for this?
Yeah, so the recommendations that are coming forward, first of all, I want to make it clear, it's not just administration bringing those recommendations forward. It's, again, group decision-making. It's the ARAC chair who will bring those recommendations forward with us. So it's not just administration, it's the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee who's making the key recommendations with us. And so they're making recommendations on the initial allocation, and will be coming to council later for consideration of more funding for those types of projects. So there's 2 stages.
Do you have estimated amount, like how much additional grants funding will for this program? And because we just passed the motion for the anti-racism strategy, and then I do believe some additional funding were requested to support that. And do we have the number? So we don't have the number. And then my next follow-up question is, where is this grant from? From operating funding or from some co-funded from federal government or provincial government?
No, it's all city money.
City money from operating budget?
100% city money from operating budget, yes. And
So
I just checked with DCM Padbury on that. Did I get that right?
that's correct.
Yeah.
I just have a little bit of concern how we can fund this money, and because in the budget for 2019 to 2020, the budgeting, the 4-year budgeting is already approved. Is this piece is already included in that budgeting or not? If not, and that means in other area we have to reduce the funding to support this. So is that correct understanding?
It depends on what council decides, but what we're going to do is present options for council to consider. So, for example, one option could be to use some of the 11 million that came from EPS that is still unallocated. And so we will provide recommendations on that and give you options for where those funds could come. We just we're not there today with that information.
Okay, so then I look forward to next Tuesday and to look at the recommendations. Okay, thank you. So another thing I would like to bring and then build on the comments and Councilor Rutherford provide. And then by looking at community safety and well-being scope, and because I understand you explain and we have broader scope instead of only racism, anti-racism. And I want to see this from public perspective and what I heard at the door, the common voice from public, and how much concerns, how much voice we heard, and from the doors from residents in the community, and what is the real scope for the community safety and for our citizens' well-being. Is it only about the few items we listed here, or is it broad group and covered more entire population and the entire community? So that's so it's not more about the question, it's about more mindful thinking about that way. And I do believe provincial government has a community safety program, and I was working there back many years ago, I think. specific community safety, and there's so many different projects and provided and through the grant program and to the community service provider and nonprofit organization to support that community safety and well-being. And then I don't know if there are any collaboration actions or initiative we already take, or even from funding source perspective, it's worth our consideration to work with provincial government as well. And for this piece.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just quickly say overall, it's got to be much more inclusive than what you see just here. For example, mobility, traffic safety, and speeding and all those are not part of the scope of this, but that is the scope of our Safe Mobility Program, and there's lots of collaborations. The other thing is, I think in answer to your question about collaboration with the province, we truly believe that will come from the follow the money request that we've made with all the programs and where the money's going to influence community safety. So we think we have a lot more work to do with regard to the overall safety, and are we sure, because I don't think we're sure now, that all the money is being spent in the right place.
Okay, thank you. My time is out. Back to you, Mayor.
Now, thank you. And also the motion that we passed talks about collaboration with the province and the federal government on support systems that they have in place, how we can tap into that. We also brought this up with in our meeting with the Premier as well, right? So, yeah. Councillor Jens?
Thank you. I wonder to what extent the motion that passed encapsulates, because the genesis of Safer for All and the work that came out of that was partially motivated by racism, but racism existed long before that. It was a response to police brutality. And to what extent is our work going forward focused on that actual problem, or are we turning our lens towards other equity issues, but not looking at systemic racism in policing and responding to the community members who say, we do not feel safe because of the police, not because of other concerns, but like, to what extent are we answering the right question? And I maybe looked at some of the councillors who were there last year. Maybe they could help fill in the blank. I don't know if that's a fair question, but I wonder about that. Like, for example, as a councillor, when do we receive regular updates, or maybe we should somewhere for when ACERT is investigating someone or has found someone guilty? Are we updated about? Do we have a registry somewhere of ongoing cases or something like we do with traffic safety? Do we have some sort of heat mapping or other system in terms of how does a councillor and how does a council stay on top of these concerns?
Yeah, so I'll just try to sort of narrow in on a couple of those questions. I think it was intended to address that. That's obviously not going to be necessarily the city administration's part of it, which is why when we came forward with the actions, it was the police commission. I think a lot of the information that you talked about can easily be provided, but I think, again, that would be something that we would want to ask of the commission and the EPS as they bring forward, because they're part of this and they would provide those details. I do believe, certainly when we talked about the work ahead, that the chief of police acknowledged that there was systemic racism in police, and I acknowledged that there was systemic racism in the city administration. What they're going to do about it, I'll let them speak to that, and I will speak to the city administration side of it for sure going forward. So I think the answer is yes, but to the extent you're satisfied that, you'll be the judge based on what you hear from the commission and the chief of police. Yeah.
So how does this work intersect with the fact that the Edmonton Police Association, which is representing officers across Edmonton, are proudly flying the thin blue line flag above their office as we speak, I believe?
I think that's a question for the Edmonton Police Association or the Police Commission. It's just, I don't have the jurisdiction over them or with them, and so I would say that it's a question for them.
Yeah, I truly hope that someone from the police association is listening to this conversation and paying careful attention to the how distasteful it is to have such a symbol being displayed on the building of an organization whose responsibility or whose members' responsibility is to protect us all. And that such a symbol of division creates fear in the people's mind who should be protected by the police, right? So I hope that in our conversations with the police association, as I desire to build a stronger relationship with them and other unions, that we can have these tough conversations with them to have those kind of symbols removed. And if their desire to show solidarity with other fallen police officers in other jurisdictions, I'm pretty sure there's a better way to do that. And different symbols can be designed to show that kind of solidarity that are more inclusive of people's wishes and communities' wishes, instead of a divisive symbol that leaves a different impression in people's minds. So, Michael, if that is something that we want to pursue, absolutely, I will reach out to the police association and have that conversation with them.
I have a lot to say. I think we'll have other chances to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Tang.
I know we have, especially coming up on committee next week, we have several items on the agenda for the Community and Public Services to dive deeper and have a more fulsome conversation on some of these issues. This whole conversation actually harkens back to my question the other day, earlier this week, around how are we value aligned with some of our institutional partners. And as much as we can have certain frameworks in place for initiatives within the city jurisdiction, Mr. Corbo, you talk about the jurisdictional issue, but and I think you talk about this broken down trust and relationship, whether it's association or the service or the city and the community, of course. And I'll be interested to know at some point in the near future, how can we have that values discussion? And if there's one in the horizon, or, with your conversations with the chief, for example, I like to hear that, because I feel like fundamentally we're coming at it from such different angles. And it's from what I've seen the past year and a half, it's very hard to get everyone on the same, to me, values. So I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, I was thinking about something else. My apologies. Were there a question in that, Councillor?
I guess just the questions around, having collective conversation around values. I'm not asking for one immediately, but I hope that there is something, on the horizon in the near future, because I think that's actually quite fundamental to all of these discussions.
Yeah, and I would say that we have value discussions every day, and I think it's entirely appropriate for council to have a values discussion. As I believe we've had a lot of values discussions this week with city administration and council, and it's entirely appropriate for council to have the same kinds of values discussions with the commission and the police chief. And I think there's certainly a willingness and desire to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just to, follow up on Councillor Jansen's point, if we are truly aligned, why is the association doing something that we fundamentally disagree with, for example? So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair for a minute?
Yes?
I'll come to Councillor Rice after in the second round. The $11 million that is available, is that from the going forward budget of 2022, or is it from the 2021 budget?
It was a total of $11 million for 21 and 22. And I'll just ask Ms. Padbury to confirm how much is left in that total allocation. We were talking about this morning, so.
Yeah, so they did it in two pieces.
Yeah.
So the 2021 budget was reduced by 5.5 million.
Yeah.
Then the 2022 budget was also reduced by 5.5 million. So that's a total of $11 million out of the base budget for Edmonton Police Service. Of that initial 5.5 million, there is $3.9 million left unallocated, and we have not allocated any of the funding for 2022.
So is there a criteria that you are following as you recommend how to use those resources? Because will come to, what would come to my mind is that if our goal is to reduce pressure on policing resources, that we invest in social programs, and the return of investing in social program is to create less work for policing, right? So is that the kind of criteria we are applying to this money that we invest in those preventative services?
Yes, Your Worship. And of course, you'll have an opportunity to evaluate those considerations that we put forward to you for the money that's left. So absolutely, that's the intent, is to put it into social services.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And that was the whole intent of it. So, and you will be able to make that decision. We're gonna, that'll be council's decision. We will make some recommendations for you and on all of those. And explain the reasoning behind the recommendations, and then if you want to change those, and then we'll find.
Because we often have this discussion that there are certain calls that police should not be responding to.
Yeah.
There are certain areas that police should not be intervening in.
Yeah.
Social workers should be intervening in, right? So other interventions might be more appropriate. So if we apply that lens, I think it might be more conducive conversation with the police on a moving forward basis too, because if we can somehow reduce pressure on the calls that need to respond to, then we can make a stronger argument. You're actually investing in these preventative social services, reduces your demand for services, right, and reduce pressure on your budget.
That's certainly the lens we've been told to look through, and we're trying our best to do that, and you'll have a chance to evaluate that yourselves.
Okay. Got it. And is that part? Are you bringing forward certain service packages as part of the this budget coming forward, or is it part of the next when you come back?
We're actually bringing that before budget, because we know that money has been set aside for that specific purpose for 21 and 22. So we're actually going to bring it to council before.
Okay.
I think it's coming. Can't remember, but
I know some of them is being allocated to some of the anti-racism work, right? So.
That's some of the recommendations, yeah.
Okay.
And then once council approves those recommendations, we'll just embed that in the budget that will come forward later for that 11 million. So we think, and I think the point here is, Worship, we didn't want to wait till December.
Okay.
Because I think we want to do some action. And so we can answer that decision knowing that the money is going to be in budget, because it's got to be clearly part of that 4-year budget.
Okay.
So we figured let's do it earlier.
Yeah.
And then we can start working on it.
Okay. So the more strategic we can be on that will be beneficial, because then we
Certainly.
we want to reduce that polarization as well, right? So good. Thank you so much for that.
And if I can,
Sorry.
if I can just correct, I believe I gave you the allocated number instead of the unallocated number. So it's unallocated, there's still $1.4 million for 2021, and the entire portion of 2022 is still unallocated.
So that's 6.4 total.
So it's one-time money of 1.4 for 2021.
Yeah.
And because you're building onto the base, there's 11 million unallocated
Okay.
starting in 2022.
Got it. Good, got it, good. Now, moving forward, it's building on the last budget. Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Sorry. Can we vote on the second round, please?
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. The motion's carried.
Thank you. And
I'll return the chair.
Thank you so much. And Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak to the points in terms of the allocation of the funding and from public perspective, what I heard. To address our city's community safety and well-being related issues, I think there's three factors we need to keep in our mind. The first one is a proactive address. I think this could speak to the some like the program, including anti-racist programs. So this is one area. Another area is reactive, and so something happened. So how we deal with what something happened. So we have to look at the cost and between this proactive and reactive, and specific from tax dollar payer perspective, and then let's look at what our public requested. And yes, and this community safety and well-being is so important for everybody, every life in our city. But don't forget what the public asks for. And is proactive or is reactive? So this is something I would bring attention to our city council and administration side as well. So the second point I would like brought in is that many public servants, not public servants, sorry, public citizens ask, when we design the program services, and then from two angles look at it. One angle is about our core municipal responsibilities based on MGA. What is our core municipal responsibility? How we tie this type of programs and to support community safety and well-being and into that piece. This is one angle. So the second angle is about how we look at the root cause for the social issues. Do we need to deal with the results? Yes, we do, and then specifically, city of Edmonton is doing right now is deal with the impact on our city, and then, but how much effort, how much money, and should we allocate to deal with root causes? That is another point. And so my question is, if we are going through or review police EPS, like funding formula, if we were going to do the budgeting and process, reallocate some funding right now is unallocated, I do believe we need to think about the voice from our public, what they're asking.
Yeah, so I would agree. We absolutely have to listen to the public in terms of what we're asking. I think those are helpful framings of that, certainly the proactive and reactive, and what are core services and what are not core services. And I would say that we've had some experience in the past year where, for example, we spent a lot of money on the Edmonton Convention Center as a shelter, which was not a City of Edmonton core service, but we had no choice in order to save lives. We had to do something to do that. So from time to time, council sometimes needs to, for no other reason than to try to save lives, move away from its core services, which they did last year. So, but we can always, I think, answer that question in terms of what's core and what's not.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that question is ongoing. Yes, is ongoing question and ongoing conversation needed. So I do looking forward for our further conversation on that. I just want to make sure and through our council's decision-making process and then public's voice be heard and from different angle and from different points they ask. And specifically, and then, one example I could give, I have 30 seconds, and many people talk about when something happens, which one you are going to call first. So I think that is a good question and a fair question to ask. That is actually remind us, okay, so when we look at our funding, when we look at our program design and services design, and then which one is a priority. And so that is, I would like to bring to the review and for the future conversation for the EPS like funding formula. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jens?
Thank you. I'd understand, I think last year or maybe the year before, the provincial government defunded the police $5 million, or was it $6 million? I'm not sure, but I believe Edmonton has seen the UCP government directly cut funding for policing in Edmonton. Do we know the dollar amount?
Ms. Padbury, do you have that? I do not.
So their municipal policing grants weren't cut. Where they were impacted by funding was in the budget. There was some funding removed for some testing requirements legislatively, and then they also, the province took a larger portion of fine revenue, which impacted EPS.
So has Edmonton seen a greater share of policing responsibilities, not just for Edmonton, but for the region over the last number of years? And how has that sort of impacted? Again, we've heard about provincial downloading in mental health, where we're left pick up the slack. Provincial downloading in housing, where we're left pick up the slack. I'm wondering if we're also facing a greater burden in policing areas.
I don't think I have the answer to that question, but I'd be happy to take it back and consider that and come back. I just don't have that at hand, but I think it's a question we can sort of dig into and get back to you on. Yeah.
I think some of these questions can be asked to the police commission when they are in front of us, Councillor Jens, because they will have more fulsome answer to these questions than our administration may have.
Yeah. And finally, with we need the clock displayed, like the at some point. No, I'm just rhetorically, like we should like a little play-by-play clock.
We're gonna get. I'm talking.
There we go. Hey, okay. Just got to turn
And we're
around.
gonna get that fixed.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all very much for that. I guess I just want to go back to the question again for because we're a governance body. We're obsessed with governance. We need good governance. We need good accountability. And for me, I think a lot recently in the last number of years of interactions with my peers where they've talked about something happening in social disorder, but they said, well, I didn't want to call the police because as much as it was a nuisance to go and clean my garbage up, at least somebody wasn't shot, you know? And we are leading to a point where we are, if continued concerns happen, and if there's the perception that police misconduct and police brutality are not absolutely a zero tolerance on the part of chief, on the part of the commission, on the part of this council, we're going to hit a crisis of police legitimacy in the community. And the police themselves talk about this, that policing is only possible when we have trust between the public, when people trust that they can call the police, when they trust that they should obey the police, and if they don't see, if they don't have trust, they won't collaborate. And I think that's going to be a issue for all of us going forward. And whether it happens in Minneapolis or it happens in Chicago or it happens in Calgary, that does affect the public narrative here, and it does affect people's mindset. So I know that, well, we all want the same thing. We all want a safe community. We all know that many of us have a part to play in that. And so my hope for this council going forward through all of this work is that we can continue to advocate for not just the spirit of the Safer for All report, but continue to advocate for justice.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. So just a rather quick question. So the recommendations that are going to be coming forward for the unallocated funds before budget, as I understand it, I know a number of ideas have been, shared from folks around this table. Can you just provide some insight as to who else is driving those recommendations? Is it co-created with, organizations that are already doing work in our communities for anti-racism, or is it mostly admin-driven? Can you just shed some light there?
There's certainly been some collaborations and discussions with a lot of the organizations, and Poverty Edmonton, for example, is one, and others. And I don't know, Rob, do you have a comprehensive list of who we've collaborated with on those ideas?
I don't have the exact organizations, but it was primarily ARAC that worked with us on that. And just one other quick point. This is recommendations for one-time funding only.
Yes. Thank you.
But we can endeavor when we come forward with a report.
I think it would be good to include just who was involved. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So we are done with this item. Thank you so much, Andre. Appreciate all the work and that you've been doing and everyone else has been doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. So what do we have on next? We have 15 minutes before we take a break.
Do you want to take your break now while administration transitions to the next topic, or?
Can do that. We don't need a motion for that, so we'll be back at 3:30.
It's with unanimous consent. I
Unanimous
assume.
consent, we take a break now, and with the unanimous consent, we come back at 3:30. We don't have to do the roll call, right, for
Well,
bringing?
we kind of are supposed to.
We are supposed
Because we're
to?
not really sure who's here.
Okay, every time we leave, we do the roll call. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Here.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
Councillor
Salvador.
Salvador. No, I was thinking of Councillor Cartmel, not here. He'll come in. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm here, thanks.
Okay, I'm here. Councillor Stevenson.
Present.
Councillor Princeby.
Hello?
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Hello.
And Councillor Hamilton, you're online.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And Councillor Paquette, are you online?
I am.
Okay, so the only person missing is Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Cartmel. Cool.
And I'm here too,
And
Councillor
Karen,
Tang.
Councillor Tang, you're here too. Good. Thank you. Right on. Okay, now we're going to talk about fun stuff. Snow removal. Winter operations. All right. Perennial.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I know this is what you've been waiting for, snow, so it's here today in one form. So this is the last presentation in the Serving Edmontonian series, and this one is on our winter operations. So given that we'll be soon in the thick of these programs and services, we felt it was timely to introduce you to the work that we do to keep Edmontonians moving during some of our most inclement days. With me this afternoon is Brian Simpson, our branch manager of Parks and Roads Services, as well as Phil Harrott, our Director of Infrastructure Operations. We also have Andrew Grant, General Supervisor of Infrastructure Field Operations, on the line. This is the group that leads our snow and ice control programs, as well as other community-facing operations, such as turf maintenance, weed control, tree care, and the community farm program, which you saw in our branding presentation yesterday. As with our other colleagues across the corporation, we've been listening to you all week and hearing your feedback on many programs, and are really looking forward to working with you and getting your feedback on our snow and ice control program. Next slide, please. So in city operations, our work is about operating and maintaining the city's infrastructure and open space assets. Winter operations within the Parks and Road Services branch includes snow and ice control, winter pothole maintenance, tree maintenance, natural areas, outdoor rink construction and maintenance, as well as site servicing and enhanced service to business improvement areas. All of our work keeps Edmontonians moving and thriving. So Parks and Road Services leads the winter maintenance work and is supported by the other branches and departments across the city. This includes our enforcement programs and citizen services. Our seasonal workforce requirements are facilitated by our employee services teams, as well as our communications and engagement partners in the communications team support our messaging out to our residents, as well as our internal messaging throughout our organization to staff. So I'm going to pass the presentation over to Phil now, and Phil will walk you through some of the main winter programs at the City of Edmonton with our snow and ice control program.
Thank you, Gord. The City of Edmonton's Snow and Ice Control Program ensures our mobility network is safe and accessible to all Edmontonians year-round, regardless of their mode of travel. This program is highly visible at the city, both with council and the public, and has been through many changes in the past few years, such as a citywide restructuring in 2016 that led to the integration of park services and road services under one branch, splitting the snow and ice control operations into roadways and active pathways in 2019, and I'll get a little more into that later in the presentation, and implementing a 10-hour shift schedule for active pathways in 2019 and a 12-hour shift schedule for roadways in 2020. There have also been many council reports and decisions related to the programs, such as the sands recycling audit in 2016, the anti-icing pilot between 2017 and 2019, the parking ban bylaw in 2020, and most recently the snow and ice control program audit and policy change in 2021. Next slide, please. The snow and ice policy has been in place since 1978 and has been reviewed and updated several times to reflect changing practices, technologies, fluctuating weather programs, patterns, and the service level changes to meet citizens' expectations. Over the last decade, the snow and ice policy was updated 5 times the most recent being August 2021. The recent policy refresh identifies 3 key outcomes for the snow and ice control program: safety, reliability, and connectivity. The policy also includes 5 guiding principles: operational excellence, environmental stewardship, equity, shared responsibility, and public awareness and understanding, which guide decision-making. As part of the recent update, the operational content was also moved from the policy to a new administrative procedures that include detailed processes, service levels, and important definitions. Service level changes were minimal, and the updates focused on clarifying elements of the program, especially residential maintenance, cul-de-sac clearing, and windrow removal, which were some of the more sensitive issues in recent years. In response to a motion from the previous council, administration will return to committee in April of 2022 with options to increase the service standard in the snow and ice control procedure. The report will include any equipment, staffing, and budget changes required to increase the standard with a greater emphasis on safety, efficiency, and connectivity. Administration will conduct engagement sessions to gather feedback from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council, and the Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton's Committee. Next slide, please. Currently, the Snow and Ice Control Program has over 600 staff working throughout the winter, divided into 2 main streams of work: roadway maintenance and active pathways. These are 2 separate operational teams with dedicated staff and equipment to provide service levels on their own sets of inventory. Each stream of work is comprised of both city and contracted crews who keep Edmonton's mobility network safe and usable throughout the winter by using a variety of mechanical means such as plows and sander trucks, toolcats, sidewalk plows, graders, and skid steers, as well as material application including sand, salt, and calcium chloride. The roadway maintenance team is responsible for snow and ice control on about 12,000 lane kilometers of roadway. This includes freeways, arterial roads, collector roads, industrial roads, residential roads, and alleys. To put that in perspective, the amount of roadway inventory is roughly the equivalent of driving from Edmonton to Montreal and then back to Edmonton. The Active Pathways team is responsible for snow and ice control on all city-maintained sidewalks, multi-use trails, city facilities, staircases, and everything else that would be outside the roadways. This includes maintaining over 6,500 bus stops, 44 kilometers of bike lanes, and filling 731 public sandboxes. We use sand and salt along with our plow blades, brooms, and hand crews to maintain our mobility network. Every year, we use roughly 80,000 tons of sand and salt, dependent on the weather. Next slide, please. The map shown is for reference of the size of our roadway maintenance areas. There are currently 5 yards which the snow and ice roadway teams operate out of, indicated by the red dots. These yards are located in the main quadrants of the city. As Edmonton continues to expand to the southwest, staff departing from our southwest maintenance yard are traveling further in order to deliver snow and ice control services. We have future plans to develop a new southwest yard in Ambleside, which is indicated by the pink star. Once operational, Ambleside will significantly improve the snow and ice control program's ability to reduce deployment times in the Southwest District. Since operating a temporary facility at this location will require substantial investment in basic service, the snow and ice program is developing a temporary location at the Ellerslie Integrated Facility, indicated by the blue star. One of the things we heard clearly on Monday was uncertainty about the coordination between the waste cart collection dates and the snow removal activities. Our teams are working together to integrate activities, and all efforts will be made to coordinate the clearing and waste collections. However, winter weather events may necessitate operations in clearing that could conflict with cart collections. Next slide, please. A priority system is used to identify the order of snow and ice control work following a weather event. Along with their own dedicated staff and equipment, roadways and active pathways have their own priority hierarchy. That way, the service levels do not compete with each other. Priorities are based on the snow and ice control policy, which is approved by council. Service level adjustments would require an amendment to the policy, followed by a budget discussion regarding the associated resourcing impacts. The snow and ice control budget is based on a rolling historical average and is supported through the Financial Stabilization Reserve. We spend what we need in order to keep Edmontonians moving safely across the network. Any surplus is returned to the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and any deficit is funded through with a draw from that same reserve. To expand on our priority network within roadways, Priority 1 includes freeways, arterial roadways, business districts which are maintained to bare pavement standard within 36 hours following the end of a snowfall. Alleys and back lanes in business districts are also Priority 1 but are maintained to a 5-centimeter snowpack. Priority 2 includes collector roadways, transit park and ride access roads, which are maintained to a bare pavement standard within 48 hours following the end of a snowfall. Priority 3, industrial roadways, which are maintained to a bare pavement standard within 5 days following the end of a snowfall. Rural roadways are also Priority 3, but they are maintained to a level snowpack. Priority 4, residential roadways, alleys, and back lanes are maintained to a 5-centimeter snowpack. These roads are clear in one of 3 circumstances. During Phase 2 of a citywide parking ban, in response to Citizen 311 notifications, and during unscheduled maintenance blading between snow events to maintain the snowpack. This means residential roads are not cleared after every snowfall. Within active pathways, Priority 1 includes active pathways adjacent to city facilities, including City Hall, recreation centers, senior centers, transit centers, and LRT stations. This inventory includes city-maintained sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, shared pathways, all-season staircases, bus stops outside these facilities, and they are maintained to bare pavement standard within 24 hours following the end of a snowfall. Priority 1 also includes the prioritized bike route, which is a network of protected bike lanes, designated painted bike lanes, and designated shared pathways. Priority 2, all active pathways inventory except those listed in Priority 1. This means all other city-maintained sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, shared paths, parking lots, all-season staircases, access to bus stops adjacent to city property, and pedestrian bridges. They are also maintained to a safe and passable surface when completed within 48 hours following the end of a snowfall. Priority 3 includes other manually cleared active pathways, public amenities such as breezeways, benches, fire hydrants, as well as pedestrian-only streets. These are maintained as safe and passable surface within 5 days following the end of a snowfall. Community sandboxes are also filled within 5 days following the end of a snowfall. We heard earlier this week that there's some confusion or uncertainty from residents with respect to clearing of residential roads. Last year, we were fortunate that we didn't have a lot of snow, so residential clearing was not required. This year, our new communications plan, policy, and procedures allow us to be more clear with residents about what to expect from the snow and ice program this year. Next slide, please. The new citywide parking ban was launched in 2020. The two-phased approach builds on the seasonal parking ban that residents are already familiar with. A ban is typically called with at least 8 hours of notice to the public. The ban begins in Phase 1, where residents are restricted from parking on all arterial and collector roads. Just like the city's former seasonal parking ban, residents can continue to park on residential roads and alley. As Phase 1's near completion, Phase 2 will be communicated. In Phase 2, the parking restrictions flip. Residents cannot park on residential roads or alleys, but can park on arterial and collector roads that have been cleared in Phase 1. Residents are informed of the parking ban through various channels, including website banners, news releases, social media updates, LRT and rec center screens, digital message signs, and email alerts for those who have signed up. We're also currently working on using an SMS text-based system to notify residents of the parking ban. While we didn't call a citywide parking ban, it did allow us additional time to enhance parking ban process. A service design review was completed, and we will build on those lessons we learned from this year to continue improving and achieve high compliance so that our crews can do a better job clearing snow in less time. Next slide, please. We have multiple communication channels that we use to inform and educate residents about the snow and ice operations, including news media, social media, and the ability to take over LRT and rec center screens to display important information. Email alerts to a subscription of more than 25,000 Edmontonians, and a map that shows service timelines on each road identified in our snow and ice procedures. The map also displays information related to parking bans once they're called. We recognize the robust suite of the importance of a robust suite of communication tools. This was underscored by the recent audit, which identified enhancing communication activities as a key action to improving service to residents. We are building on discussions around the updated snow and ice policy to signal the start of a push to further Edmontonians' understanding of our service levels and to continue to educate the public about the new parking ban. Some of the enhancements to our communication channel include dynamic weather-based ads and alerts, improvements to the snow and ice control map to provide smaller timeframes for people to move their vehicles during a parking ban. And we're also working on creating an interactive map for active pathways. This will be a public-facing map that shows all of our maintained inventory for both internal and contracted forces. It will also contain information on the various maintained assets concerning priority and required service levels. We strongly encourage residents to use 311 to report slippery conditions or to request plowing in their residential streets. 311 notifications are one of the primary ways crews maintain residential roads during the winter and ensure timely and equitable service across the city. We're committed to supporting you and your offices through the winter season, and will provide your offices with an in-depth information session in the coming weeks and a comprehensive digital resource binder that will be provided to support you and your staff with information and inquiries. Next slide, please. Alongside snow and ice, there are many other operations within our branch that are conducted by our teams during the winter. Potholes. A group of maintenance crews remain very active in the winter to respond to infrastructure repair needs throughout Edmonton. When there are long gaps between snowfalls or it's been a mild winter season, crews are also redeployed to complete pothole and asphalt repairs to address issues as they arise instead of waiting till the spring or summer. Last year, we fixed 40,000 potholes from October till March, and overall, our crews complete more than 500,000 pothole and asphalt repairs every year. Tree maintenance includes pruning some species of trees that are more prone to disease in the summer, removing trees as part of the 3,000 boulevard and open space trees that are planted annually, and lighting over 2,000 trees throughout the city's BIAs and at City Hall. Our natural areas crews ensure existing trails within the River Valley and other natural areas are safe and accessible for users year-round. Our site servicing team maintain and service amenity buildings, event and picnic sites, park signage, and litter bins in parks. Parks and Road Services builds and maintains outdoor skating rinks in Edmonton that are outside of the River Valley, such as City Hall, Jackie Parker Ice Rink, and the neighborhood rinks. Downtown and BIA vibrancy. Special teams support the downtown vibrancy and BIA request. Key public washrooms are also staffed with attendants year-round to support safety for all users. That concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have so many questions, even though I've done this for like so many years. First, I want to ask about the communication piece. The one thing I didn't notice on that was anything related to mailouts. And I know we've talked about this in the past, and we've actually seen the results of lower bylaw calls in areas where we did mailouts. And I want to see if that's a tool that we're thinking about using.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor. We looked at the overall communication plan and the best process to actually address people in a timely manner, basically in the notification piece in terms of when we were providing those services. And the mail out was not identified as something that would be as effective as those other communication conduits, although it is effective in certain aspects of notifying the community. But the timeliness of our communication is key here, so that's been identified as a key feature that we have to pay attention to.
And appreciate that, and maybe I'll ask it this way, which is that I think one of the reasons I keep harping on this particular item, to be perfectly honest, is that I still think there's a lot of folks that don't necessarily understand, particularly in new neighborhoods, what they're responsible for. And so I'm not thinking about an ongoing mail out through the winter, but once a winter, hey, if you're on a corner lot and the side of your property faces the sidewalk along a boulevard, you're actually responsible for that, because we often get a lot of concerns about people not realizing that they're responsible for that. That's the same for both cutting and for snow. So that's where I'm talking about a mail out. Is a once a winter, here's what you should expect from us based on policy, something be slapped on a fridge, and people would have a better expectation. So I'm not looking for a firm commitment today. I'd really like to consider that in the future.
So, Councillor, I think we can take that away. Certainly, I take your point it's not something we would do for every event,
No.
but certainly, to kickstart the start of the winter season, it's potentially another valuable tool.
And a nice reminder, particularly related to accessibility and just what all of our roles are in making sure the city is safe to navigate in the winter. I want to ask about the snow clearing on local roads. So I know in the policy we changed, or rather the policy that we approved, it still essentially has the same 5 centimeter snowpack. And the reason we did a subsequent motion to have a conversation next year is I think we need to change that. But for this winter, spoiler alert, I'd like to see better snow removal on local roads. But between now and then, let's take this winter for an example. The last 3 winters, we haven't had enough snow to do the 5 centimeter snowpack, so we've actually never been in communities for the last 3 winters. So my question is, if we reach a point where we haven't had a lot of snow or enough to do a 5 centimeter snowpack, do we have the authority this winter? Does your team has the ability to take a step back and say, listen, there's still a lot of freeze-thaw cycles, the ruts are pretty massive. Can your team go in and do some work without it hitting the policy trigger?
The quick answer is yes, and I think that's what we alluded to when we termed maintenance blading.
Mm-hmm.
So going into a neighborhood and maybe it's freeze-thaw, maybe it was just a buildup of someone pushing snow into an area and the pack being, not the whole neighborhood being above 5 centimeters, but some spot locations. So I think that's part of what we've tried to do with the change in the process and being in neighborhoods, not just when there's an event that we declare residential blading, but on an ongoing basis.
Absolutely.
And also supplementing that as a service on an as-needed basis when we get identification from whether it be 311 or any other means of communication.
Absolutely. The last question for this round relates a little bit just to the comment you made earlier, and I think it's worth stressing a million times over. The service areas, roads, and active pathways do not compete against one another. And in fact, so I just want to ask this out loud for the benefit of everyone, I think, is that even if we didn't clear active pathways, right now with the amount of equipment we have, that wouldn't mean we could just take that staff and put them out onto the roads, because there's 2 issues. One, training. Second is the amount of equipment we actually have in our inventory. So even if you didn't clear out sidewalks or multi-use trails or bike lanes, you wouldn't suddenly get to roads more quickly. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor. That's correct. The equipment and active pathways and the staff are specifically trained for those. And they do have separate priorities, separate equipment, and separate service levels. So we get to the roads as quickly as we can in the active pathways, and that was the intent of splitting those 2 services so that they weren't competing with each other and receiving fair treatment to each.
Wonderful. I'm out of time. I'll have a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. That was wonderful. And a great reminder, just the other winter activities that your team is involved in. Certainly things that I really value with the ice rinks and the outdoor spaces as well. So thank you for that work. Your first slide on the strategic wayfinding, you talked about implementing the business plan, but I think through the conversations we've had as well, we really see your team as having such an important role to play in Connect Edmonton and City Plan as well in terms of accessibility. And I was just wondering, I feel like this sounds like a loaded question, and I don't intend it to be at all, but the service levels that you had indicated, do we typically achieve those service levels at present? Do we have the resources that we're meeting those targets that we've set for ourselves?
It does depend on the environment, and so the amount of snowfall is definitely a factor in what influences how quickly we get to those service levels. Because if we have a snowfall, we get halfway through the cleanup and get another snowfall, it does impact. So I just want to put that qualification in process. We are seeing growing inventory across the city because the city is still growing, so that does impact it too. So we do come forward and look at our service levels and also our budget asks based on what we're experiencing, and that's part of the process.
Great, yeah, I think that'll be really important for us to understand too, if the question is if we need to change those service level expectations or if we need to change the funding to be meeting those. Thank you for that. Just another one around the enforcement of sidewalk clearance, and maybe just some different approaches there. So I know, for example, I live, my building is here, so, you know, my building is responsible for that stretch of sidewalk. Then there's a city portion of sidewalk and then the next building. Just wondering if there's any programs around sort of, I'm using this word a lot today, but like adopting a sidewalk or working with adjacent property owners next to city assets to incentivize or provide compensation for clearing city sidewalks.
So, Councillor, at this point, we don't have a formal program similar to, you know, the Partners in Parks program, but I think that's kind of where we're working towards as we work with some of these stakeholder groups. For example, 2 years ago, we held a symposium on sidewalk and active pathways. And one of the things that came out of that was working with community leagues where we've actually provided them with surplus equipment. So they have the equipment now to go and do some specific work that they felt was a priority, and perhaps Phil can allude to a bit more detail on that.
Thank you, Gord. Yeah, as Gord pointed out, we have provided different community leagues and stuff like that with the surplus equipment and training on how to do it. And again, the Partners in Parks program is with us as well, and looking through that process, how we could expand that further to meet some of those areas.
Yeah, that's really exciting that you're already starting some of that work, and I could see great opportunity for expansion. Also, you know, just even finding ways to connect neighbors who are maybe not physically able to clear their walkways, but having other people in the neighborhood, and if the city can play a role or, you know, empower the community leagues to do that. But back to the enforcement of sidewalk clearance. So again, recognizing many reasons why people may not be able to clear their sidewalks. Is your team responsible for the enforcement or issuing tickets if sidewalks aren't being cleared, or is that a different part of the organization?
That's a different part of the organization. It's with the enforcement section within Citizen Services, but we work closely with them to make sure that the owner of the asset is rightly identified. And I think maybe just to touch on your last question a little bit, through some of the engagement work we did with, you know, in coming up with the new policy and stuff, there was a lot of conversation with community groups on how we could expand to help folks and you know, coordinate partnerships to help folks maybe that couldn't clear some of those sidewalks themselves. So those will be ongoing conversations, you know, looking at with the report that's coming back in April as well.
And just to add to that, we do have a really good model in waste where we have some assisted waste services as well for those individuals that have some challenges. So there's a model out there that we can certainly make applicable to the snow and ice program as well. So I think we're going in that direction and really taking more of a GBA plus lens on how we deliver snow and ice control across the city.
That's so exciting to hear. That sounds like great work and great initiative. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Well, I think you've all asked a lot of the questions I had regarding sidewalk clearance, especially in the newer neighborhoods. And I will echo what Councillor Knack said. In a lot of the newer neighborhoods, people are sometimes confused about whose role it is to clear that. And I think the bylaw enforcement, not just specific to snow and ice removal, is a much larger discussion that is complaint driven and also constrained by resource. And I don't really know what the answer is, and I feel like I'm, you know, when I'm out at the doors, I guess it's a uneven response to that. And I will be very interested to follow the report you're talking about in terms of supporting specific demographics like seniors and people with disabilities. I guess I don't know if this is a fair question, and I know it's not apples and oranges, but oftentimes, I hear comments around, well, other Canadian winter cities have figured out why can we? Can you talk a little bit about some of promising practices and how do we compare, across Canada? And, recognizing that different cities and different provinces, obviously different taxation models and funding models. But just curious to hear about how do we do compared to, other cities?
So, Councillor, I think your first point you alluded to was that the cities across the country are very different in the approaches to service levels with respect to snow and ice control. And for example, Calgary is quite different in a lot of respects than Edmonton. But I would say, given the size of our inventory, we're probably on the more leaner side. If you look at somewhere like Montreal, for example, in Quebec, they have a much higher standard in terms of service level, but they also have quite a bigger expenditure. And each jurisdiction will also use a different, we'll call it a toolbox. So depending on the methodology you use, whether that be more mechanical means or more anti-icing or chemical means, you have different costs and abilities to affect the time to service. So we have done surveys in the past with respect to North American cities and Canadian cities as well. And I guess it really depends on what we want to have as priorities. So the policies we have are not entirely different than other jurisdictions, but there are some unique pieces to Edmonton.
That's really helpful, just even in our communication back with constituents too, right? And I take your point that given some of the resource constraints, we can't get to every single neighborhood, and many of the crescents and back alleys are on that priority 4. I'm hearing really consistently in my ward that people don't see snow service all year long. And of course, when people don't see the services, they question, what is happening with their taxes. And this is where a lot of that frustration comes from. And so I don't know what to say or respond. And I think some guidance on that would be really helpful. And I know that this whole conversation is a budget conversation as well. So anyways, just maybe some response would be great.
So, Councillor, I think part of it is budget and resources, but I think also the one thing we realized is that we need to help Edmontonians understand what we are tasked with delivering and what they can expect, and I think that's probably been a gap in the past, and that's really one of the focus areas we've had this year, and in particular in response to the auditor's recommendations, is to up our game with respect to public information, and we've been working very closely this year with the communications and engagement team so that we can provide better education and information to residents so that they know what to expect. And I think part of the challenge that residents have is there's not always a clear understanding of what to expect, and that can add to some of the churn. So I think, the upcoming weeks, as Phil mentioned, we will be spending time with your offices to provide you with the information packages so that when you have those inquiries, you're in a position to provide good information.
That's great, thank you. And my final question about, I think there is a website, Safe Travels, and obviously the mapping tool isn't active right now. But do you have a map that can show sort of what snow removal is in progress and kind of heat map and that kind of stuff? Yes?
Yes, we do, and one of the improvements we're making with it this year is just more timely updating of that map. It's updated after the snow removal is completed, and we're changing the way we're doing that, so it's a more frequent update so folks can see when it's cleared.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this presentation makes me very happy. The reason for me to say that this is so practical and then meet the requirements and from public voice. and because I heard so many voice and talk about our winter services. So that's why I'm so happy to heard all these services provided to our citizens. I actually have 2 or 3 questions here. And what I heard and from citizens regarding our winter services, there are a few points here. The first one is about the snow removal. And the snow removal, the 2 concerns they brought up, and one is inside community nodes, snow removal. Some concerns is about for entire year, and maybe they got once, and snow removal. And some nodes and inside government, in deep not government, in deep community, and even they didn't get any snow removal services in the wintertime. So that is one concern. And so the voice is about it seems to the public, our city's snow removal services only focus on a major node for the bus. So that is a perception and from public. So I'm going to ask the question about is that the true perception, and is there any reason in terms of why only our major nodes snow removal services provided, not inside the community services provided? So that is one concern regarding snow removal. The second one is about the snow clean, and specifically link the direction and to the mailbox. And I think many citizens concerned about our seniors, and when in the winter time when they need to go to a mailbox to get their mails, and some families concerned about their parents doing that in the winter time and how dangerous they could slip up and to get injured. And I think this is 2 concerns regarding the snow removal services. I do believe, and your team did lots of good work, and based on the presentation you provided, and then I think there's still the room for improve from public's eyes perspective. So,
Councillor, I'll provide some information in regards to your first question, then I'll ask Phil to jump in on the mailbox comments. In respect to residential areas within a community, so as we mentioned earlier in the presentation, we showed how there's different priority roadways, and within each of the priority roadways, there's different service levels. So with respect to a residential area, the blading typically will take place widespread once we receive a certain level of snowpack. So last winter, for example, we didn't receive a lot of snow, so the snowpack wasn't such that we declared a citywide residential blading. So in many areas, there were spot blading applications where we went in to address specific concerns, but we didn't necessarily go citywide with the blading. So in communities where there was not a significant level of snowpack, you wouldn't have seen our equipment in there. So last winter, that would be probably an accurate observation from citizens. But again, that's based on the current policy that we have in place and the prioritization model.
Yes.
So that's kind of what you would see within a residential area. In terms of the mailboxes, I'll just ask Phil to comment on how that operation is delivered.
Thanks, Gord. I'll ask Andrew Grant, our General Supervisor of Infrastructure Operations, to step in. He's very in tune with the direct details.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Rice. So our operational teams will maintain in front of the community mailboxes in those high-density residential areas, more specifically the newer areas that have the community boxes. When that box is facing the street, where we have situations where the box is facing into the sidewalk, it does fall under that maintenance requirement of the bylaw to be maintained by the adjacent property owner. We do ask our skid steer operators and stuff to connect a path through when we are in the midst of a residential blading cycle, and we have that support equipment available to actually punch the hole through the windrow to create access to the sidewalk. So it definitely is a piece that we can communicate down to our teams to make sure that they are creating that easement for pedestrians to walk through, but also can be part of our communication plan to ensure that we let citizens know that, you know, it's a partnership on all fronts when it comes to snow removal, including the mailboxes.
Thank you. I think my time is out. I will ask my follow-up questions in second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. For the record, do I have to indicate that I've taken over the chair from Mayor Sohi?
We fully recognize you as the chair.
Okay. Next on our list is Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One of the questions I had was around it says in the communication channels, 311 is the best platform for Edmontons to request service. So am I understanding this right, that citizens that call 311 to say, hey, I'm not happy with the roads in front of my house, get kind of prioritized in snow removal, clearing, and residential versus those that maybe don't call 311? Is that how am I understanding that correctly?
So, Counselor, I think there's a couple of different sort of reasons a person may call. You might say have a section of your residential roadway that's very icy, so it needs a service call for sanding. Whereas we might have significant rutting if we have melting and there's a freeze-thaw cycle. So there might be a specific area that needs to be reviewed and then addressed, or it might be a windrow concern. So those are the types of things that would be something that we wouldn't normally be tending to on a sort of system-wide application. So that's where 311 comes in, is to help residents address specific operations that are required when we're not in, say, a widespread city mode.
So then what I'm hearing, just to be clear, is that yes, that is the situation right now. That if somebody calls 311 saying, hey, I'm not happy with the road condition, whether it's icy or whatever it is in front of my house, they call 311, they will get prioritized even if there's not a system-wide clearing of residential.
We will investigate it, but that, again, the prioritization will come depending on what the other issues are that we're addressing.
Yeah, so like I get the arterial roads and all of those are prior, and it makes sense. But I concur with many of my colleagues here that, quite frankly, on the doors that, like, when we say people want to see their tax dollars at work, and we know that like, and I think everybody would agree here, is like when people don't see their snows, their roads being cleared, that is them, and like you said, they're with the lower snow rate. Some neighborhoods didn't even see any clearing, right? They're not seeing that. And so when they don't see that, they don't know where their tax dollars are going. So I appreciate this presentation so much today so that I can understand myself and I would say it's very complex. It's very dynamic and it's constantly shifting how you prioritize. And so I want to say up front that there's an appreciation for that. And I think as we do consider, service levels or budget going forward, this is one that I heard loud and clear from residents, that they wanted to see more emphasis on that residential. And like you said, even sometimes going into residential, some people that live in Crescents were saying that their Crescents weren't cleared, even though the residential road was cleared. So there's just, I think, a lot more to go into there. But also, I would be concerned if we're relying on 311 for that, because again, when we're talking about equity, which was also mentioned in this presentation, you're going to have communities that are better educated, more affluent, more proactive, that will call and have citizen-initiated requests well beyond other neighborhoods where they may not even be aware that that's a way to get that happening. So. And I would say many of those are in Nulnick for sure. Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning that equity piece, Councillor, because that's actually something we've really been delving into in the last year. In particular, we've started with our sidewalk maintenance program in the summer, but certainly that would be expanded out to this. And I think one of the things we can do to help help all of your offices is, again, that communications and helping people understand what services are available and what's contained within the policy. When we come back next spring in April with that report, we'll be able to identify options for different service levels and what it will take to get there. And I think the other important thing is when we communicate with citizens is to explain, you know, if we didn't come to your neighborhood because there wasn't a system-wide blading, that money actually goes back into the reserve. So it's not being spent on something else, it's going back into the reserve.
I think, again, I so much appreciation. I appreciate so much this presentation. There's lots that already just from this I can articulate better to the residents of the ward. And so definitely kudos for the complexity that you deal with, and hopefully the snow stays off a little bit longer for you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair while I go next?
Taken, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, great job on getting those main roads cleared every year. Once we can get out there from our residential areas, it's wonderful. And I just want to echo Councillor Knack's request about doing a mail out ahead of time, and I think that would help to cut down on a lot of the concerns if people know what to expect this coming winter. My one question is on the city's website, it says cart collection, or sorry, it says in the cul-de-sacs, the snow will be cleared when excessive snow volumes make it necessary. And again, concern with the cart collection. What does excessive snow volume actually mean?
It's all good, Andrew Grant, to explain and go through the process as our general supervisor.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian. Yes, the website does say excessive snow accumulation. There's a number of different factors that also contribute to the maintenance of cul-de-sacs. Obviously, safety concerns, the time of year is a big one, and then just the forecasted weather. So we do use some of the same guiding principles in cul-de-sacs that we do on our neighborhood roadways in our residential areas. We look at the drive lane, so mostly around the center of the cul-de-sac where the majority of traffic travels. That's where we take our measurements from. So we do stick to the standard 5 centimeter of compacted snow. But something that we've heard loud and clear from residents over the past few years is they'd like to see more clearing in those cul-de-sacs. So when this process is initiated, we have a fairly heavy reliance on contractors and contracted equipment, because the entire process can take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, depending on how much snow there is. So now that we have the waste rollout, we've had to change how we do that a little bit. So the timelines and contractors stay the same. Historically, we'd stack it up in a pile, and then we'd come back and get it once we were ahead quite a bit, just to make sure that the logistics of the trucking would stay fluid. But now we're going to have to stack and remove all at the same time to make sure that our service vehicles can get in there for the waste cart rollout. We need to make sure that they can maneuver safely and efficiently throughout the cul-de-sacs. And we won't be able to be leaving massive piles of snow this year. So that's something that we have been collaborating with Waste on, and are prepared for when it comes time to get into the cul-de-sacs for this winter season, if it snows.
Oh, and it will. Thank you very much. I just have, you brought up the contractors. I was just wondering, I know it's not feasible to have the city own all the equipment, and we do require contractors. I'm wondering what percentage between city employees and contractors is in an average year, because it would depend on how much snow we get.
Sure. And when we look at that divide, it's really important to understand that Our internal teams are there, 24/7 doing all of that routine winter maintenance. The only time that we're going to rely on the contractors is in those surge events where we need to do those priority twos and priority ones and twos at the same time. So we need to rely on those contractors. So to break it down to for employee versus contractor, I don't think is a real accurate comparison. And we're currently undergoing an analysis as part of the audit recommendation to really look at, what is an adequate divide and where those resources should be used. So that work's underway and will be completed once the audit recommendation is closed out.
Okay, thank you. And those audit recommendation, or the audit that's being completed, that's looking at the service as well between contractors and city employees?
So, Councillor, the audit was completed last year, and we're in the process of implementing the recommendations of the audit. And one of the things it did say to do was to look at benchmarking of how we deliver the service. So the breakdown includes both contractor and in-house services and how that sort of split is delivered. So as Andy mentioned, we try and have a base level of service and then address the peaks using contracted services, as well as there's types of equipment that we don't have a lot of. For example, we don't have a lot of graders in the city because we don't have a lot of use for graders all year round. So correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, we call out about 250 pieces of equipment on a major event?
Yeah, we have about 250 graders on our list currently.
So for us to say, for example, have that many in our own inventory wouldn't make sense because we would never be using those, outside of, 30 days in a year. So those are the types of sort of criteria we use to decide when we're going to contract or when we're going to do it internally.
And I'm over, so I will take back the chair from Councillor Tang.
Back to you.
Thank you. And who have we got up? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that presentation. I'm always just amazed by just the logistics of covering that much ground. So fantastic work. I have a long list of questions, so I'm going to try to prioritize here. But 12,000 lane kilometers of roadways. I guess in my mind, I'm thinking there's a really direct relationship between how much ground we simply have to cover and our ability to deliver, a high quality service and cost effective service as well. Can you speak to the interplay between that conversation and the direction we're moving with the city plan to become a more compact, efficient city?
Certainly. So I think as we grow to that city we want to become, it will take time, but we're also in the process of continually assessing how we deliver the service. So, for example, we know that there's more desire for more walkable, livable neighborhoods. So those are the types of things we have to look at and then engage citizens to see what are those levels of service we need for those particular modes. And for example, as we mentioned in the presentation, now we have a team that's dedicated to active pathways and a team that's dedicated to roadways because we understand that there's a priority or the active modes and sidewalks and those modes that are there for whether it's the more vulnerable people or just those who don't have access to a car, those modes need to have priority as well. So, as our city moves to one that's more walkable, we need to be very flexible in our snow and ice control program because it's key in accessibility in the winter.
Absolutely, and just building off of that goes kind of nicely into my second question. You spoke a little bit about GBA plus lens being applied to snow clearing. I'm sure you're familiar with some of the other models in other municipalities around like gender equal snow plowing strategies. How does that kind of play into our prioritization right now?
So it's getting there. I don't think we're at where we need to be, but we're certainly more cognizant of that aspect than we were, say, 5 years ago. And some of the things we're doing in terms of engagement is really intended to help us get those perspectives so that we can, number one, understand what we need to change, and number two, what do those user groups and those segments of the population need.
Absolutely. And just to, I guess, share some of the perspectives that I heard over the past year, specifically from Edmontonians with disabilities, seniors, or just folks who have different ranges of mobility. Maybe they don't own a car. They often just become housebound in our winters, and you know, that's really troubling. So I guess just a larger question around, call it the philosophical approach to not clearing sidewalks that are abutting private property. And I totally understand that there's financial implications there, absolutely. But it, again, is something that I heard regularly, and it's something that we, I think, have to have a conversation about and confront.
So you raised a good point, and I think that's part of the intent of when we come back next spring with that report. You know, there'll be different options for council to consider in terms of what level of service we want to provide, whether it's on the roadway system or the sidewalks and active modes systems. And what will it take to do that work from a resource perspective, a budget perspective, and then how do those needs and expenditures balance out with the other ones that council is faced with making decisions on. So what we want to do is try and provide council with the correct information to make those decisions, because we know snow and ice control is important, but there are many other different services that the city delivers, and we're trying to make that balance and provide council with that information so that you as governors can make those decisions.
All right, I'll stop there. Thank you so much for that that information, and again, thank you so much for the work you do in our city. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yes, thank you for the work you do. It's not easy, I'm sure. I do have a couple of questions. Do you feel that you are properly staffed with skilled employees who know how to use the equipment? Or do you feel or find that a lot of the employees have to work overtime in order to take care of the demand?
So I'll ask Andy to comment on the training piece, but I just want to make a brief comment about overtime. Overtime is a tool that we use, but we try to plan on using that tool. So, for example, when we reach some of those peak periods, we'll try and address the demand through whether it be contracted services or overtime. So it's something that we plan on as a tool to address a particular need in terms of volume. So I'll just ask Andy to speak a little bit to the training piece.
Thanks. So our training is something that we do hear a lot about. We've taken steps over the last few years to improve the amount of training that we can that we have within our operation. There was a lack of training previously, but we're definitely gotten a lot better at it. Some of those changes that we've made is in just how we operate day to day. You know, we've implemented a 12-hour rotating shift compared to an 8-hour rotating shift. This has allowed us to use our more experienced, operators and spread them out over a 24-hour period. And that's given us the ability to use them kind of as mentors and designates in our training. So I wouldn't say that we're, perfect when it comes to training, but it's definitely something that we've been working on and will continue to work on, because it's a huge piece of our success as an operation. And we work very closely with our partners in business integration to make sure that those training needs are identified. And if there is a shortfall somewhere, we work very closely with them to figure that out. Because again, it is also a huge piece to the succession planning of the operation for years to come as well, and making sure that people have meaningful prosperous careers in our operation.
And Councillor, if I can just add to, there are certain regulatory components of tasks that we need to meet. So that type of training is not optional. So for example, a particular class of license for operating a piece of equipment, those things are mandatory before anybody will go out on the road. So those things are always addressed.
Okay, great, thank you. And another question is about the snow dumps. So I'm sure there must be a cost related to maintaining the snow dumps. And from what I understand, they're kind of open to everyone. Other municipalities and other businesses are using our city-owned snow dumps?
That's correct, Councillor, but in the last 2 seasons, we've actually implemented a program and a pilot project with other municipalities to charge for that snow being brought into our snow dumps, and it's something we're continuing to expand as we go forward.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for second round? Oh, Aaron. Sorry, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
One of the things that I wanted to mention is that when I was door knocking, I met with this lovely couple, and the man was he worked for the city and did snow removal. He was extremely proud of the job he did, and extremely proud of the whole department. And his wish was that everyone could understand the complexities of what they do and the incredible service they get for the dollars that we put in. So just want to make that note before I begin. Now, time is passing. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. Councillor Knack will probably know. I made a motion for us to explore exactly what you were talking about, Mr. Seabrook, about, you know, what is the actual cost of providing services. And I think if I recall correctly, if we did everything, if we cleared all the windrows, if we cleared all the sidewalks, everything, our budget would have to be in the tune of about $260 million. And right now it's around $60 to $66 million. And so basically what council is going to be asked to do as we move to 15-minute cities is decide what is an optimal amount of money to spend. So I'm just wondering if that report, A, can be sent to council so everyone can be up to date on that, and B, if as we move to 15-minute cities, if if in that report is going to be a discussion about the cost of having these 15-minute multimodal cities without the density required to actually support it. So thoughts on that?
So in response to your first question or request, certainly we can send out the information you were speaking to in regards to the estimate for a very high level of service citywide. And in terms of the 15-minute districts, we certainly will have to work closely as we try and strive for that. And perhaps I'll just ask Ms. McCabe to speak to that a little bit.
Councillor Paquette, that you're correct that as we implement the vision of the city plan, it's going to require trade-offs and for council to provide priorities around service levels. That's why it will impact all 73 lines of business that we're in. And that's really a policy question for council to have in terms of the level of service associated with snow removal in the districts. If you think it needs to increase in order to realize the vision where people could walk and bike more readily within 15 minutes and take transit more readily within 15 minutes within their neighborhood.
Yeah, and that gets us right back into the conversation of wants and needs, and what is the optimal balance for a functioning city in winter. And one could argue that we got there, but then you take a look at other cities, and here's the problem. And maybe expand on this for us. Taking a look at other cities is always really tricky because every city has its own climate. And that climate delivers very different conditions, even from Edmonton to Calgary, never mind Edmonton to Montreal or Edmonton to Ottawa. So maybe some thoughts on that, because people will automatically want to know that information.
You're absolutely correct, Councillor, in that every city is slightly different, not only in their service level desires, but also the climate. And for example, Calgary relies a lot on their Chinooks, so they don't necessarily need to remove as much snow as we do. They can allow the weather itself to take care of melting, whereas we have to pick it up, and that adds significant cost. So the climates of different cities affect the service level and the costs, but one of the things I think that's consistent everywhere is that the climate continues to change and fluctuate very significantly. So that's been probably a new challenge for us as well, in that it's not just dealing with snow, but now we deal with many more freeze-thaw cycles and freezing rain cycles and events throughout the course of winter. So our flexibility needs to also be constantly changing.
Yeah, and that's why we always have, we're always working on having standby or having permanent, contracting out. But it also changes the nature because maybe it's a little less snow this year, it's a little more ice. And then also the impact that has on infrastructure like roads and sidewalks. So it's really complicated, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack. Are we on the second round? Oh, Councillor Jans, yeah. And after that, we'll go to second round, right?
No, I'll withdraw from this round. I'm good.
Councillor Salvador, you had a first round yet? No?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you do, okay.
I can move the second round.
Yeah, please do.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Can you please display the votes?
Point of order, what is it, does it have to be unanimous for a second round, or is it just a simple majority?
Simple majority.
Simple majority.
You can vote against it if you want.
I was just curious.
Okay, please display the vote. It is carried. Thank you so much. All right, we're back to the list where's the list go? Here you go. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for the rest of council for your indulgence during that.
So we need to finish by 5 o'clock.
Yes. Just a few remaining questions. I noticed, and that was the first time I noticed the map where you had of all the service locations in our yards that I can recall seeing. And so now it makes me realize that we're missing some space in the West End to get out there timely, because we're going to do one in Ellerslie and Ambleside, but it also means there's still got a gap now. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? The Lewis Farms District Park site is supposed to have some type of yard, a smaller yard. Does that sound familiar? I know I talked a lot about it for the rec center point and library part, but
it did have a very small component to facilitate some maintenance operations, but certainly that wasn't the focus.
No, understandable, but it makes me realize why we would continue need to actually do that, because there are parts of the West End, both in the ward I represent and in Councillor Hamilton's ward, that will now be quite a ways away from any type of service. So, okay.
I'd just say for APR that we do operate not just in those yards, but other places that are closer to. So there's a delineation between the two processes.
Without a doubt. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just wanted to add one that we talked a lot about active pathways, but I just, again, just for everyone's knowledge, we don't clear all active pathways in the winter. While we have the priorities 1 through 4, there are locations, multi-use trails that do not get cleared at all in the winter.
Correct.
Yeah. And that is part of a resourcing piece, which is why we're going to have a conversation next year, because there are locations, usually interior to parks, that we don't clear. We'll clear the exterior of a park, but not the interior. Is that generally those areas that are not cleared at that point?
Generally, that's correct. There are some other paths that we leave uncleared because there's cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, and other things that use those trails as well.
Yeah, some of it's a deliberate choice for that use. Others is it's just a resource piece. So I appreciate that. Last question. This is a little bit out of left field on this, but I know when we did patios last year during COVID. We made it very easy throughout the spring, summer, fall to do a patio. And then from what I understood is that if somebody wanted to do a patio, a winter patio, we made them sort of fill out the same type of lengthy application and asked them to essentially, maybe unfair wording, but essentially for them to tell us how to solve snow removal. Instead of us as a city being the one saying, hey, if you want to do a winter patio, we'll figure out a way to work around that. That was the impression I got from why we didn't see that. So I guess the question is that a fair statement? And if it's not, how do we make sure winter activities can happen outdoors and that snow removal is not the barrier for those groups to do that work?
Yeah, just through the BIAs, through the different business groups, we work very closely on the winter patio program and the summer patio program. In the wintertime, there is the challenge of snow and also accessibility for the cross-section of the community, so that's a key component of the conversation. And just making sure that the business is clear of what their responsibility is for snow removal on certain aspects and what our responsibility is. And also on the design of those patios to accommodate the equipment moving and bringing the snow in and out of those areas is part of the conversation. So I would say it's more of an educational component with that partnership in terms of just wanting to have those patios and working through that process.
Is it also maybe an equipment piece though? Because I think part of the challenge, I think about that one spot, I think it was on 124th Street that wanted to do the sort of igloo style development that I don't think ever ended up getting to do it because of the inability to navigate equipment around. So and again, it's not anyone's fault. It's the fact that we don't have equipment that's meant to navigate around that, but I think that's actually stopped creative solutions from happening because we don't have equipment to do that.
And I think just kind of elevating that a bit to my earlier comment about being flexible, I think as we start looking at how, whether it be business areas or communities, change the use of those spaces, we have to adapt and be a little bit more flexible and partner with those user groups on how we're going to address things like snow and ice control. And if that means we need to be a little more creative in the equipment we're going to use, I think the team is prepared to look at those things.
And if that's coming as part of and that's just part of why we did the motion last year for that conversation next year, so that we can have, I guess it was the motion this year, we can understand what type of equipment we might want to get, even if it only means it's only going to get used 30 or 60 days. We are winter every single year, and there might be a case to have some of those pieces in our inventory.
Correct, and I think we'll also present options or alternatives for service delivery, because many times, when we've connected with the BIAs, there's options for the BIA to have the relationship with the service provider and us supplement that. So there's some options. We just need to be flexible in how we approach it.
Absolutely. Again, thank you for all your work so far. Look forward to that conversation next year.
Councillor Knack, just really quickly, we were able to make the igloos happen on 124th Street that previous winter. We worked very actively with the business owner in that situation.
Thanks for that. I didn't realize. I appreciate you clarifying.
And they're very cool too. Yeah. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just had a couple of other questions. The annexed land from Leduc, that has the same prioritization as the other residential areas, is that correct? Between residential and industrial?
If I understand your question, just how is that annexed area treated?
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, we do have budget allocation there. The main emphasis is on road maintenance and drainage in those areas.
Okay.
And there is a robust program to support that. And we also been in good communication with the residents in that area, just explaining what we're doing and making sure they're understanding the goals and outcomes from the program that we're experiencing.
Okay.
We've also liaised directly with the county of Leduc, who was in there before, just thinking of their best practices so that we're not deviating much from what was the experience before, and ideally putting it in a better place.
Okay, good, thank you. And then as far as overall sort of prioritization of when you're entering phase 2 for the residential areas, has any thought been given to prioritizing maybe the more narrow streets first before moving on to wider residential roads?
Councillor, I think I'll ask Mr. Grant to just give you a little bit of a sense of how we might go into a neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gord. Yeah, so when we initiate that residential blading cycle, we have to use a pretty pragmatic approach, just considering we need to get through all of that inventory, on schedule. So the residential areas are actually broken up into maintenance areas, which aren't, they don't follow the same borders as the actual neighborhoods. They span across 2 or 3 at times. So each maintenance area has a number, and associated with that number is the maintenance area. So we do actually, we'll start on, say, the northeast corner of a district, and then work our way down through. And then on the next blading cycle, we'll start on the opposite corner and work our way up, just to make sure that we're providing, the same level of service. What we don't want is to do everything the same every time and have citizens feel like they're always the last ones to be served when it comes to residential blading. We do have a lot of unique spots that are difficult for our crews to get into, like you mentioned, those narrow streets. So we will loop back several times when we come across those areas and try to get them when there isn't so many cars parked in the way. So, there's a number of different things that we do, and including if the area is treacherous, we will put up no parking signs once the actual blading cycle is over and we have the resources and crews available to return to the area to maintain it.
Whoops, okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few follow-up questions, and in terms of the first question I asked, and yes, I understand we do have that priority levels, and then in terms of snow clean, and so my question is about how we assess the snow condition to determine the priorities. And for example, and in the page of your presentation, we talk about how many centimeters, and then is it level 1, level 2, or level 3, and is there any system and like automatically doing that, or we have to send workers go there to do this? And then for me to ask this question, and I do want to get back to the residence area and why their street not cleaned by snow like 1 year, or even like in one street, I remember in one street and in the neighborhoods, and they said even they didn't even get any snow clean and for 2 years. So I just want to make sure, and the assessment, how you assess that, and before you take action to do the snow cleaning.
So I'll ask Mr. Grant just to provide the background on the prioritization, but in terms of the specific location, if you can forward that to us, and we can provide you with a little bit of specific information in regards to that location, and then you can provide that to your constituent.
Sure, thank you for that. And is this like prioritizing process, this document, is a public face information, they can find it?
So the prioritization is contained within the city policy and the accompanying administrative directive. So that's all public information on the city website and available for anyone to view. So Andrew, can you just speak to a little bit about the prioritization and how you go about applying it?
Sure. So the prioritization of all of our inventory is determined by the type of infrastructure it is. So when we look at our priority ones, that's our freeways, our arterial roadways. That's established well before the operation of the road, when we're in the design phase and we're connecting with our partners in IIS and in identifying what operational needs will be required to actually maintain the roadway. So some of the things that we're taking into consideration are the wainlets, widths, the speed in which our traffic is moving, the number of vehicles that use the roadway, the adjacent property, whether there's room for adequate snow storage versus actually snow removal. And then just lots of engineering requirements in order to make sure that, we can maintain that surface to bare pavement within those timelines. So that's how priority 1, 2, and 3 is established, where it falls within the hierarchy. Residential roadways. So there is actually a couple things. So we actually have a standing operator procedure, and our engineering technologists actually physically go out to the residential areas, and we track and monitor the snowpack depths on our residential roads. So we have a number of different key locations throughout the city where they go and actually physically measure and log all of those accumulation amounts. And once we exceed that 5 centimeters, in order to maintain 5 centimeters, we send our crews out. But in the discussions here today, we're committing as an operation to take a proactive approach, and this is something we wanted to trial last year, but we just hadn't had the opportunity. It's just sending the trucks out and continuously blading those residential areas to try to mitigate some of the freeze-thaw cycles, even if that results in getting our snowpack below 5 centimeters, in order just to continue to help people stay mobile in those residential areas.
Okay, thank you. I will follow up and with the specific information with your team. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, which I'm assuming that the city would be liable for any damage that would be done to vehicles that are parked on the road, like from a plow or such?
Yeah, absolutely. We do bear responsibility for any actions that does cause damage. We also have a robust program. We do traction testing, and we look at the roads, and we just have in place some safety factors that we take into consideration in terms of the work we're doing also with that whole piece in mind.
Okay, the reason I bring this up is another city I had lived in many years ago, and this was at the time, they would actually, vehicles that weren't removed from the street, they were actually towed into another area, and then the plow could just go up and down the street really quick, easily, no damage to any vehicles. I know that it possibly may not, it adds another layer, and it may not be cost effective, but maybe it could be more cost effective. I'm not sure if that's considered.
So Councillor, we do towing in specific applications, and I think Mr. Grant can speak to when that is applicable.
Yeah, so we do work with our enforcement teams when to remove vehicles that are illegally parked or in violation of the bylaw when we're picking up windrows and we need access to those areas to plow. When we go into our residential areas, we do not provide courtesy towing. It's either a tag and ticket, but with the implementation and rollout of our two-phased parking ban, we're going to go with an educational approach until people have a better understanding of how that parking ban works. Not to say that there hasn't been work and looked at what the implications are from a robust tagging and tow program that would need to be put into place. Definitely would require a lot of input and work from a number of different sections throughout our city. But I think that just changing the social behavior and how Edmontonians react to snowplows is a critical step in achieving efficiency within our program. So we do actually tow people around the corner for spring sweep, and it has proven to be come with some substantial costs associated with it.
And Councillor, if I can add, and it kind of goes to some of the earlier questions about how we compare to other jurisdictions. And certainly there are other jurisdictions that have a more aggressive program with respect to removing vehicles. And I think our first step along that path is the implementation of this residential parking ban. So this will only be our second winter. But our approach is to try and partner with communities and citizens and residents so that we're not taking the hard-handed approach to start with. Certainly, there's going to be application where you will need to move a vehicle, but I think our approach is through an education component and engaging residents that that will, I think, have a more positive impact, because we're trying to change a behavior, just like we're trying to do with many of our other transformational programs. So we need to work with citizens so that they understand that, but also keep that toolbox open, so if we need to move vehicles, we have that ability.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that's it for questions. If you do a good job, nobody will ask you more questions.
We're always here to answer questions, and again, if you have any specifics, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Cool. Thank you so much for the work you do, and look forward to our ongoing engagement to improve this basic service. Thank you so much, and we are done, right, Madam Clerk? Have we done all of our agenda? Have we finished all of it?
Being done and completing it are sort of two different
Come on,
things.
Kim, what are you lying? We're done, right? No. We have a few items left, right?
Your Worship, there's one other item, but I think it would be no problem at all if that defers to the next council meeting on the 22nd. It's not urgent, and we will get it in somewhere.
So if you quickly walk us through, so is there the only item left on the 6.1? Or are other items left too on this? Andre?
I'm pretty sure it's the only item. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
If I was to look at the shaking heads behind me, I would say there's a couple.
So what are those
I have
two
two.
items? Kim, what are those two items?
There are two items. The first one is policy to home and the zoning bylaw renewal. So it's
Yeah.
all about the customer service work that we've been doing for development permits and building permits.
Yeah.
The second item is land enterprise and the work we're doing in there.
Yeah, so we can try to schedule those into our future meetings?
Absolutely.
Certainly. Yeah.
Good. Well, we covered a lot of stuff over the week, so good work, Council.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just want to double check, because this is the end of this 5-day meeting, so we actually have to move to receive everything for information before we adjourn, correct?
It would be great if we could, yeah.
So I will move that we receive all of those reports for information.
Second.
Please vote.
Sorry, and I have a quick question just on that.
Okay, go ahead,
So,
Councilor.
and maybe just to Mr. Corbold, throughout today, or this last week, there's been a lot of different items that we have flagged for potential future conversations. We haven't necessarily documented any of those via motions. And so I'm not looking for us to do that now, but I am looking to see if maybe we can get a memo at some point just outlining what everyone from ELT heard as potential upcoming learning sessions, so that we know what's going to be left there, because there might be items that we wanted to have further conversations on that might not actually have a clear point at which they arrive. So I just wouldn't mind that information, so that I need to know. Is that something you're thinking of, Mr. Corbold?
Yes, Councillor. In fact, you may recall that when we heard, on the very first session, we heard from Council, and we've been following up with those notes all throughout the week. And so when we come back to brief you on that what we heard session that we had on the first meeting, we will also include a list of all those future actions and learning sessions, and we will summarize it all. We've been taking a lot of notes throughout the week, so and you'll have an opportunity that if we've missed something, you can remind us of it. But we will come back with that in a few weeks, just so we're super clear.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and not that I don't trust everyone. It's just, quite frankly, we covered so much, and I want to make sure. I've learned this lesson too many times, that sometimes if you don't have a motion, things can get missed from time to time. So I'll look forward to that, and then we can react accordingly afterwards. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote on receiving for information.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I will vote yes too, please.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We're just waiting for one more vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
I'm a yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
can you please display the votes? That is carried, and there's no, what do we have now?
You
Just
could just call
notice
for
of
notices
motions?
of motion,
Yeah,
and
notice
then
of
we can
motions? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Just one more thing.
Yes?
Community and Public Services agenda says 9:30 Monday, but I have a calendar entry that says 9, so it's 9:30, just for
to
everyone's
confirm,
info.
yeah, just to be absolutely clear, we are back to regular council schedules, so all of council and committee meetings set by bylaw start at 9:30.
Yeah.
100%, and there have been a few small adjustments, so some of our meetings are starting to end at 5 PM as per discussed at ARC.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
good. So we're back to 9:30 schedule for all committee
100%.
members. Good. Okay,